It is decreed that all women of childbearing age will be taken before the Emperor Silver, so that he may choose a new wife. Any man or woman found impeding this order will be charged with treason and sentenced to immediate execution.
Silver is an action RPG adventure developed by Spiral House and published by Infogrames United Kingdom in March 1999. The game takes place in the original fantasy setting of Jara, a world divided into 8 mystical island realms and menaced by the eponymous villain of the game's title, an evil wizard who has ruled as emperor for nearly 1,000 years. Players are put into the role of David, a young knight whose wife is one of 100 young women to be kidnapped by Silver's minions and taken to the imperial court to be presented as the Emperor's new brides. Joining a rebellion against Silver's rule, David and his companions must travel far across the 8 realms in search of ancient elemental orbs that will grant them the power to counter the Emperor's sorcery and save the woman of Jara from his lecherous grasp. The heroes will battle both the armies of evil and the monstrous denizens of Jara's most perilous lands, from sunken cities of fishmen to the cursed isle of the unquiet dead. But danger lies both within and without, as David's quest is also threatened by treachery and by sinister forces from beyond the realms, whose hellish powers even Silver cannot resist. Originally conceived in 1995 at British publisher Ocean, Silver evolved through many forms over the course of its production, eventually morphing into an action-adventure with RPG undertones that the gaming press of its day routinely compared to console role-playing hit Final Fantasy VII. Featuring a gesture-based real-time combat system and direct control of up to 3 party members at once, Silver allowed players to embark upon a semi-non-linear campaign in which they could explore a world of magic and monsters, leveling up their heroes, acquiring better weapons and equipment, and learning special combat moves like spinning, leaping, and berserker attacks. The game world was inhabited by both friendly NPCs and a large variety of enemies with their own individual behavior and attack patterns, from cowardly backstabbing imps to skilled warriors capable of blocking and dodging, whilst progress through the main plot required facing down various bosses in unique set-piece battles. And unlike in most RPGs, experience, item pools, and spell progression in Silver were shared across all party members, letting the player conveniently switch out companions without worrying about losing experience or juggling multiple inventories. The game was initially released in early 1999 for the British and European markets, with full audio localization for several different languages, and a modified version published for North America in autumn the same year. A port for the Sega Dreamcast followed in summer 2000, which was mostly identical to the original game, aside from a new control scheme and some audio-visual adjustments for the machine's hardware specifications. Developers Spiral House believed that Silver's blend of fast-paced real-time action, cinematic storytelling, and streamlined RPG mechanics would appeal to fantasy CRPG players, JRPG fans, and the untapped market of mainstream gamers, who were typically turned off by the complexity of role-playing games from both the East and the West. Critical responses to both the PC and Dreamcast releases of Silver were generally positive, impressed by its exciting combat, epic fantasy score, lush pre-rendered backgrounds, and accessibility to casual players, but reviewers for both platforms were also critical of its friendly AI, cliched story, and lack of character customization, whilst on PC, complaints were frequently directed towards the real-time party controls and use of fixed save points. PC Gamer UK gave Silver 90% at its Game of Distinction award, calling it a refreshingly different and enjoyable title, borrowing much from Japanese games whilst still being original in its own way. Jez Bickham praised Silver's combat as splendidly fluid and intuitive, its environments even more lovely and detailed than those of Final Fantasy VII, and its world massive, varied, and content-rich. Although Bickham was unimpressed by the game's point-and-click party controls and reliance on storytelling through cutesy in-game 3D models rather than FMV cutscenes, he concluded that these were all minor issues in the face of what was, in the end, a sprawling, shiny, and innovative RPG that had been worth the wait. Dreamcast magazine scored Silver a little lower at a respectable 84%, characterising it as a mutated hybrid of RPG, arcade action, and adventure that was, they risked, far and away superior to any genuine RPG. Alex Warren remarked that Silver's gauntlet-style hack-and-slash combat, combined with beastly bosses and impressive spell variety, made it a thoroughly indulgent and enjoyable game, though added that its PlayStation-esque visuals looked somewhat dated for a 21st century title, with co-reviewer Jeff Spick suggesting Silver was a little out of its depth on a next-generation console like the Dreamcast, and that it would likely soon be rendered a curio from a bygone age. And PC Accelerator, reviewing the North American release, were an unusually critical outlier, giving Silver 6 out of 10 and dismissing it as a console RPG light. Though appreciative of the game's atmosphere, pre-rendered backdrops, voice acting, and score, reviewer Mark Saltzman complained that for a game several years in the making, Silver was surprisingly shallow and unpolished, arguing that its well-balanced combo of action, adventure, and casual RPG mechanics could not make up for frustrating companion and inventory controls, poorly rendered characters, lack of 3D acceleration support, obnoxious console-style save system, and general lack of depth compared to hardcore CRPGs like Might and Magic or Baldur's Gate. In foreign language magazines, Silver garnered a similar reaction as it did in the UK and America, with Spain's Superjuegos awarding the Dreamcast port 91% and lauding it as a worthy challenger to Japan's dominance of the console role-playing genre. Citing Silver's fun and accessible combat, streamlined RPG mechanics, blockbuster production values, and quality Spanish localization, J.C. Majoric described the game as a beautiful, dreamlike adventure, suitable for the whole family, that would leave any player speechless. Germany's PC Player were not quite as awed, however, ruthlessly stamping upon Silver a somewhat less enchanting score of 72%. Holland Austenat argued that in stretching itself across multiple genres, the game had failed to excel at any of them, positing that as an RPG, Silver was far too cramped, simplistic, and restrictive to be compared to a true CRPG like Baldur's Gate, and even as a linear action-adventure, fell far below the standard set by Sierra's King's Quest VIII. Thomas Werner concurred, calling Silver an attractive but somewhat average experience, whose saving graces were its presentation, fast-paced Diablo-esque combat, and ease of use. Finally, France's Joystick were one of Silver's harshest continental critics, giving it between 60 and 70% and remarking that by aiming at as wide an audience as possible, the game would bore RPG veterans and incense newcomers. Reviewer Kika observed that the recent wave of outstanding role-playing titles like Baldur's Gate and the Fallout series made it difficult for less involving mass-market newcomers to stand out from the crowd, and after dropping an untranslatable metaphor involving badgers, explained that Silver's beautiful environments and folktale ambience were, from the perspective of more casual players, no panacea for repetitive combat, outrageously difficult bosses, infuriating AI, poor item balance, and a time-wasting save system. Although work began on a sequel to Silver shortly after its release, this was cancelled early in pre-production, and developers Spiral House moved on to other titles. The Silver franchise was not seen again until 2012, when it was added to the digital download site Good Old Games, with an updated version including macOS and Linux support published on Steam in 2017. This remastered version was subsequently backported to the GOG release, though is no longer compatible with modern Macintosh systems, whilst the original Dreamcast port of the game has, as of writing, not been made available on any modern platforms. In today's retrospective video, we'll take a glimpse behind the scenes to see why Silver came about in the first place, and how it evolved over the 4 years of its development. After that, we'll focus on the final product, looking at its gameplay, art and sound design, different versions available today, and ending with an overview of its story and writing. You can use the timestamps below to jump to a specific section of the video, or you can stay with the rest of us as we return to the 1990s in search of this not quite JRPG's not so Japanese origins. Manchester-based Ocean Software, once semi-jokingly called the Jewel of the North by the British gaming press, was by the mid-1990s a brand that had somewhat lost its shine. A multinational empire encompassing subsidiaries in the UK, Europe and America, Ocean had shot to success in the 1980s primarily through budget compilations, arcade ports, multi-platform conversions, and most significantly its licensing tie-ins, which in many regions had made the company name synonymous with best-selling comic books and Hollywood hits like RoboCop, Lethal Weapon, or Jurassic Park. Though the publisher had engendered or acquired some original IPs, its rise to fame and prosperity had rested upon third-party properties, and this reliance on port work and licensed titles could not last forever. By 1994, Ocean was feeling the pressure of numerous factors. For one, rapidly increasing development costs, exacerbated by emerging computer and console hardware, and a one-sided relationship with console manufacturers. For another, crippling overheads from its international offices, with Ocean of America vital to the company's licensing deals, but somewhat less successful as a development studio, and Ocean's French headquarters allegedly channeling the vast majority of their budget into catering and hospitality expenses. In addition, there were Ocean's licensing partners, who were far more conscious of the profits to be made in the interactive entertainment market than they had been in the 1980s, and were also by then being much more aggressively courted by rival publishers like Electronic Arts. And from the perspective of critics and consumers, the company's traditional output of ports, re-release compilations, and licensing tie-ins had not endeared them to everyone in the industry. Though hosting an internal development studio, Ocean published titles were not infrequently either farmed out to smaller, cheaper subsidiaries, rushed to completion to meet contractual demands, or both at once. And even their better-received games were often perceived as adequate but unimaginative products that featured the same sort of gameplay as many other titles on the market, in particular side-scrollers and similarly well-saturated subgenres. Despite chart-topping sales and widespread accolades, it was not uncommon to see Ocean's catalogue described in certain gaming magazines as clones or palette swaps of earlier games, and the company's iconic logo was not unanimously viewed as a guarantor of quality. This confluence of financial and organisational pressures, a diluted brand name, and the looming release of next-generation CD-ROM consoles like the Sega Saturn and Sony PlayStation forced Ocean to undertake a significant reorganization, culminating in 1994 with the founding of a new internal studio named Tribe. Located in-house at Ocean's headquarters in Manchester, Tribe was a large 80-man developer divided into around 5 teams, who all shared a similar mandate: to develop cutting-edge, multi-platform titles free of interference from middle managers, titles that were not assembly line products rushed to meet contractual deadlines, but developer-led projects given the necessary time and resources to ensure they ennobled the Ocean brand. Although Ocean were not abandoning their still potentially lucrative licensing deals, Tribe were encouraged to branch out into multiple genres and nurture new original IPs for the company. Over the next 2 years, Tribe's staff repressed all memories of cartridges, 16-bit sprite games, and other artifacts of their past, and began experimenting with the latest trends in technology and design, from pre-rendered and real-time 3D, to live-action FMV, hand-drawn animation, and even first-person shooters. Much of this work was heavily promoted in a marketing blitz from Ocean that ran from 1995 onwards, wherein the developer was characterized as an ambitious, dynamic, and flexible studio, well poised to adapt to not only next-generation consoles, but also less immediate challenges like the emergence of 3D accelerator cards. Though Tribe was still merely one of many stars in the publisher's constellation, which encompassed affiliates and subsidiaries all across the UK and Europe, ranging from Team 17 to Digital Image Design to Neon Software, the in-house Manchester studio were characterized as a distinct entity with their own unique development culture. By Ocean's telling, Tribe represented the publisher's investment in both its financial future and as a trendsetter for the games industry. In a 2014 interview, one team leader, Nigel Kershaw, relates a rumour that the developer was founded for a somewhat less idealistic reason, however. According to this story, which Kershaw stressed he did not endorse himself, the creation of Tribe was in fact part of an exit strategy for Ocean's shareholders. That the studio was meant to project the image of a creative powerhouse that would appeal to potential investors interested in a buyout, and that Ocean's management did not actually care whether any of the games it was funding were ever released. But regardless of whether Tribe was founded for artistic purposes, or merely to fatten the studio up for slaughter, the 5 teams had launched themselves at their task with abandon. By 1996, 3 projects at Tribe were receiving the lion's share of attention in the press. The first was Kershaw's production, HMS Carnage, a sci-fi steampunk shooter in which the player defended the British colony of Mars against rebels and rival empires. The second was Zoinks, also briefly known as Pandemonium, an interactive adventure featuring the stars of legendary animation house Hanna-Barbera that combined traditional animation techniques with the latest advances in digital graphics. And the third game, Dawn of Darkness, was an ultra-violent 3D FPS set in a fully explorable city the size of London, giving players command of a unit of computer-controlled marines and setting them against an army of undead. But although these projects and other ambitious games in production at Ocean's subsidiaries were the highlight of previews and trade shows, there was another game in development at Tribe, one initially mentioned only in passing or rudely squished to the margins of magazine articles, and which, by that point, had already lost what meagre attention it had managed to secure for itself at the studio's foundation. A year prior, a handful of those journalists granted the most extensive access to Tribe had made cursory references to a top-secret project going by the name Silver. The team assigned to this title were led by Ocean veteran Warren Lancashire, an artist and designer who had previously headed the Addams Family and Jurassic Park. Although the exact number of employees working under Lancashire is the subject of a range of figures, from lows of 7 to highs of 20 or 25, several of these individuals were, or would become, core to the game's identity and design throughout the span of its development. In particular, lead programmer Bobby Earle, character artist Christian Johnson, and environment artist Jack Whiteley. And just as with the size of its team, concrete information on Silver's visual direction and design at this time is difficult to pin down. Neither screenshots nor promotional art for Silver were made widely available in 1995. The latter, in fact, would, many years later, become the subject of deliberate misdirection by its publisher. But subsequent press kits, archived portfolios, and surviving assets provided by the artists involved do give some sense of the material being produced over the course of the game's development. Described by French journalists as an action-adventure with multiple playable characters, a variety of martial and magical combat roles, and various arms and armor to acquire, Silver was listed for release in late 1996, though details beyond these basic facts were limited to mentions of its visual fidelity. Lancashire's project would reportedly be fulfilling the studio's goal of keeping pace with technological trends by being built around the new 32-bit console generation and featuring texture-mapped 3D models in an isometric environment, inviting, or perhaps deliberately encouraging, the label of a polygonal Zelda. Asked in 2025 about these early comparisons between Tribe's game and Nintendo's multi-million selling console RPG series, Christian Johnson concedes that the description of Silver as a polygonal isometric Zelda was, at least in a visual sense, not an inaccurate one in 1995. After all, he notes, everybody loved Zelda back then. But whereas the adventures of Nintendo's iconic elfin hero were constrained by the limitations of hardware like the aging 16-bit SNES or battery-powered Game Boy, Silver's story would unfold with the aid of both new machines and new media platforms, for its in-game graphics would be complemented by CD-ROM-filling full-motion video sequences, not blended with live action as those of Nigel Kershaw's project were, but still ahead of the 3D graphics curve at the time. It was a bold move for a team whose collective experience lay mostly in 2D cartridge or floppy disk-based games on the SNES, Amiga, or IBM PC, and one aided by the increasing accessibility of 3D development tools. As whilst assets for HMS Carnage and several other titles would be created in part on professional Silicon Graphics workstations, Silver's artists would be early adopters to Autodesk's 3D Studio software, which, rather than requiring SGI machines that cost anywhere from £10,000 to £100,000, could instead be used on consumer-level PC hardware. Silver's visual style would therefore be somewhat unique. Whilst like Zelda and many other top-down or isometric role-playing games, its world would be made up of thousands of individual blocks or tiles. These assets would first be rendered as high-quality polygonal models in 3D Studio, and then converted to 2D, giving them a far more modern and realistic look than the bitmap pixel art of Link to the Past, Landstalker, or other console RPGs of their ilk. The concept of a Western game that, by chance or intent, imitated or iterated on the Zelda formula was not a new one to either the industry or the Ocean family. In 1995, Tribe's peers at Team 17 were working on two titles with a similar premise. The soon-to-be-cancelled Witchwood, like Silver, supposedly intended to be a multi-platform title for both PC and CD-ROM-capable consoles, and The Sperris Legacy, released for the Amiga in 1996 to mixed reviews. In the same spirit, across the English Channel, Ocean's German partner, Neon, were developing Vanished Powers, a fantasy adventure utilizing both an isometric perspective and pre-rendered polygonal 3D graphics, previews for which echoed those of Silver in likening Neon's game to Japanese Zelda-likes such as Landstalker or Light Crusader. In fact, side by side, the manner in which Silver had been described by visiting journalists in 1995 seemed remarkably close to what was being shown of the German game, and for the European software house, this coincidence was not a serendipitous one. According to a comment made in 2015 by Neon's Peter Therolf, Ocean would subsequently pull support for Vanished Powers precisely because they felt Silver was, in its then current form, shaping up to be a similar, albeit superior title, and had no wish to have two fantasy RPGs competing with each other. Yet the idea explicitly stated at the time that Silver was originally some sort of isometric pre-rendered Zelda is complicated by later accounts from both journalists and former team members. For in the spheres of both graphics and gameplay, early comparisons made by magazines between Tribe's game and a well-regarded Japanese fantasy franchise would unknowingly set the stage for a long-running debate over the extent to which Silver was inspired by, or should be viewed as a genus of, the JRPG genre. In much later interviews, the developer would deny a single direct source of inspiration, but one team member who had joined development somewhat far into production suggested that Silver had come about due to Warren Lancashire's fondness for Japanese role-playing games, just not necessarily those developed by Nintendo. Instead, later in Silver's production, it was reported by the gaming press that Tribe had taken inspiration not from single-character adventures, but Square-Softian party-based role-playing games of the era. To wit, rather than being a Zelda-like, a belated article in the magazine PC Gamer UK asserted that Silver had originally utilised a turn-based Final Fantasy-style combat system. Another supposed influence, cited by writers for both PC Gaming World and Edge magazine, was the 1993 party action RPG Secret of Mana, which combined real-time action with direct party control, an innovative ring selection menu, and three-person co-op. Yet even these retrospective assertions of a direct link between Tribe's game and Eastern RPGs may have been coloured by developments occurring further into Silver's production cycle. Christian Johnson clarifies that, though references in 1995 to Silver looking akin to an isometric Zelda were not entirely off the mark, Tribe had never been consciously designing the game as a Japanese-style title. Another artist, John R. Hackleton, was unsure what had originally inspired Silver, stating that at the time he joined the team around late 1994 or early 95, it was, to his knowledge, solely the brainchild of Warren Lancashire. One element of the game whose origins Hackleton does recall, however, is the look of its eponymous villain, a clay bust of whom was sculpted by the artist and noticed by Bobby Earl, who promptly declared, "That's Silver." But in terms of gameplay, at this early stage in its development, Silver was, according to retrospective accounts from key staff, neither a Zelda, nor a Final Fantasy, nor any close relative of a console RPG. Almost to the contrary, Silver was apparently not so comparable to a JRPG as it was, in their words, a point-and-click adventure with turn-based command-and-conquer style action, though there's some indication the term turn-based was being used in a loose sense. Jack Whiteley and Christian Johnson would both recall Silver's combat as originally being hands-off, in that players would command each of the three party members into battle, switching out their weapons or spells, and watching the ensuing fight without directly controlling their actions, and other sources involved echoing comparisons to a turn-based three-man CNC. In short, though details of Silver's earliest gameplay and design philosophy are subject to differing accounts, there seems to be a consensus that the team either embarked with, or eventually settled on, the aforementioned turn-based party combat system, and would adhere to it for some time. Rather less secure, however, was Silver's place in the public eye. Subsequent to its appearance in magazine articles in summer 1995, the game almost completely disappears from coverage of both Tribe and Ocean Software as a whole, with previews of trade shows covering the publisher's wider catalogue, and curated visits to the Manchester studio focusing on games like HMS Carnage or Dawn of Darkness. In a much later article, PC Gaming World would state that they had briefly glimpsed Silver in 1996, but that afterwards all went quiet. For behind the marketing, as John Hackleton puts it, I think it's fair to say that there were a lot of difficulties on that project. Whilst in an interview with Retro Gamer, artist John Lomax recalls Silver being an experience that seemed to drag on with no end in sight. One issue shared across many of the teams at Tribe was the difficulty of transitioning from the smaller staff numbers and relatively short development cycles of 16-bit projects to the large development groups and complicated production cycles of 32-bit games. Another problem, according to artist Brian Flanagan, was a lack of direction, with Flanagan claiming that the project's design document existed, quote, mostly in the head of the designer, unquote, and a similar statement made by at least one other member of the team, though whether this was in reference to Warren Lancashire or another senior designer is unclear. Additionally, per Flanagan, Silver lacked a cohesive art direction or the necessary resources to support its scope, a claim partially supported by Christian Johnson, who explained that the absence of a formalized pipeline for planning and approving visual assets led to, as he puts it, an eclectic mix of art styles. Finally, Brian Flanagan, Christian Johnson, and John Hackleton all indicate that the move to pre-rendered 3D was a particular strain on Tribe's artists, most of whom were familiar with creating assets for their 2D titles in bitmap graphic editors such as Deluxe Paint, but had little to no experience producing polygonal character models, environments, and special effects in 3D Studio. And though Tribe might believe themselves to be operating on the cutting edge of 3D graphics, they would quickly learn that the technology and tools were moving faster than they could keep up. As whilst Silver and other projects struggled to master 3DS, in 1996 Autodesk would release a major revision to their software lineup, 3D Studio Max. Though intended as an upgrade from 3D Studio, switching to Max was not an easy or uncomplicated process for projects at Ocean already in development on the older program. According to a later interview, Tribe's artists found that the higher quality assets created in 3D Max had an unmistakable look to them that clashed with the aesthetic of models and SFX made in 3DS, often making them unsuitable for inclusion without completely replacing all the original 3D art. In Silver's case, it was eventually determined that Max could only be used to touch up some of the work done in 3D Studio, or for assets that were completely independent of the rest of the game, such as the final title screen, and over the course of development, 3D Studio Max would apparently only be utilized for around 1% of Silver's art. More importantly, however, though the team resisted converting to new software tools, what they had not been able to ignore was the progress being made by their peers in the industry. For though Silver had initially impressed visiting European journalists, as an isometric 3D Zelda, also from the continent came far less reassuring news. One title generating significant excitement in the mid-90s was French adventure Heart of Darkness, a spiritual successor of sorts to Eric Chahi's 1991 cinematic platformer Another World. Making extensive use of pre-rendered 3D graphics both in-game and for cinematic FMV sequences, assets in Heart of Darkness were, like Silver, created primarily in 3D Studio rather than on professional workstations. Yet when the Silver team first saw footage of the French game, they were, in the words of one employee, blown away by how superior Amazing Studios' efforts were to their own. Silver's tile-based environments were so far behind the quality of background scenes being used in Heart of Darkness that, despite being pre-rendered 3D, Tribe's work now seemed as dated as the 16-bit titles of yesteryear. Forced back to the drawing board, the Silver team resolved to adopt a similar approach to that of Chahi's studio. Instead of individual blocks or tiles being created in 3D Studio and then stitched together with a level editor, each of Silver's environments would consist of a single scene with one large pre-rendered background image. Unlike the scrolling side view of Heart of Darkness, however, Tribe not only dropped the isometric perspective, but also settled on each screen being viewed from various cinematic camera angles. Unfortunately, though this shift allowed the team to improve the quality of their environments, it also meant the game's pre-rendered character models were now redundant, since it would be impractical to render frames for their animations from every possible angle. Silver's cast would therefore be forced to make the jump to real-time polygonal 3D, still a somewhat risky and ambitious move for the mid-90s, but necessary to adapt to its new visual direction. A somewhat similar strategy had been adopted by Andrew Spencer for the 1994 Gothic fantasy adventure Ecstatica, though due to being developed in the infancy of real-time 3D graphics, this earlier title had utilized spherical ellipsoids rather than polygons, and as such displaying, even in the CD-ROM version, far more rudimentary graphics than Tribe were able to target. Thus, from this point onwards, Silver's visual direction involved blending vast and detailed pre-rendered backgrounds with special effects animated in 3D Studio, but populated by polygonal NPCs and items that were being rendered in real time. It was a decision that apparently paid dividends. According to a later account, a representative of Autodesk who was visiting Tribe at that time was highly impressed by Silver's graphics, stating that the team were doing things with 3DS they had not thought possible. But the change was also yet another factor contributing to the game's sluggish pace of development. And in 1996, a more important change threatened to intrude upon the production of not only Silver, but every title in development under Ocean. Because in spring of that year, Ocean Software announced they were to merge with French publisher Infogrames SA, a move that made the new entity the largest video game publisher in Europe and the 5th largest in the world, part of Infogrames founder Bruno Bonnell's master plan to make his company a truly global one, capable of locking horns with the likes of Electronic Arts. Technically speaking, it was not the first time the Mancunian rose had unfurled her petals in exchange for French gold, having previously yielded 25% of company shares to media conglomerate Chargeur in 1994, but the merger with Infogrames was a far more radical and transformative move, as though described as a meeting of equals in some quarters, it was widely regarded as a complete takeover of Ocean. Initially, Infogrames promised to be gentle with its new acquisition, retaining the Ocean brand for publishing action-adventure and simulationist titles, and assuring Tribe that it would merely trim the fat from the 80-man Manchester studio, but it would not be long before the publisher took a more invasive approach. And in the midst of these developments, the RPG market, whether on console or home computer, had not been inert. As Silver sank beneath the weight of its development troubles, Ocean's competitors were moving forward with projects intended to either revitalize or revolutionize the role-playing genre. Ocean were not the only publisher to have spotted a gap in the RPG market in the mid-90s, nor were Tribe the only developer to have taken at least a touch of inspiration from the Orient. Across the Atlantic, the Chicago office of Viacom New Media had begun development on Septerra Core, a story-driven science fantasy role-playing game strongly influenced by comic books, anime and manga, and various Japanese RPG franchises. And in Dallas, Texas, the mecca of violent video game development, Ion Storm's Tom Hall was leading pre-production on Anachronox, a title Hall characterized as a Western spin on Square's 1995 JRPG Chrono Trigger. Not every developer was willing to surrender the role-playing genre to the East, however, for by this point one of the few home computer successes of the era, 1993's Betrayal at Krondor, had, thanks to post-release sales on CD-ROM, conceived two successor projects battling for the crown of traditional fantasy RPGs. Spiritual Heir Betrayal in Antara, being produced on an upgraded version of the original engine, and officially licensed sequel Return to Krondor, which was making use of both pre-rendered 3D and motion-captured polygonal models. Other Western developers were, like Tribe, influenced by innovations like mouse-based control schemes, but were more oriented towards action than tactics or role-playing, most significantly Blizzard North's Diablo, which, after its reveal at E3 1996, was already prompting the suggestion that the decline of computer role-playing games was not as irreversible as had been claimed. Of more immediate relevance and concern to the Silver team, however, was that over in Japan, Square had not been idle either, and by an unfortunate coincidence were developing a title that, at least in one area, was nigh identical to Tribe's game. 1996 saw console and multi-platform magazines flooded by previews of Final Fantasy VII, the latest entry in a JRPG franchise that was, in its home country, already a multi-million seller. Outside Asia, the franchise had not quite reached the same level of fame and success, with only the first, fourth and sixth entries having been released in North America, and from a financial perspective to mixed success prior to that. The seventh game in the franchise was intended to be anything but but a niche or regional title, however, backed by an unprecedented development budget of around $45 million and a team of approximately 120 to 140 staff. FF7 was, Square asserted, to be the video game equivalent of a Hollywood blockbuster, enchanting console players of all predilections with an emotionally engaging story, dazzling production values, and multiple CD-ROMs worth of content. One particularly notable advancement being made over previous titles was its ditching of the series' staple of 2D character sprites and tile-based landscapes. In their place were real-time polygonal character models and fully pre-rendered 3D environments, all viewed from a variety of cinematic camera angles, a combined aesthetic and technological approach vaguely analogous to the upcoming Ecstatica 2, which retained the first game's signature ellipsoids and gothic fantasy look, and slightly akin to the more realistic dark fantasy visuals of Krondor, but uncomfortably close to the fixed perspective and stylized character models of Silver, which for all of 1996 remained mostly hidden from public view. In later interviews, the various members of the original Silver team would emphatically deny any relationship between Square's game and their own, insisting that by the time they were even aware of what was happening in Japan, they had already been well into production using the revised visual direction inspired by Heart of Darkness. Christian Johnson admits, however, that as soon as the team saw screenshots of FF7, it was immediately obvious that whenever Silver managed to return to the public eye, its pre-rendered backgrounds and low-poly cast would inevitably invite comparisons to the latest Final Fantasy. And to both Tribe and Anthogram's dismay, even after around 2 years of development, that return to the spotlight would be a long time coming. Though Silver's development was being kept much quieter than HMS Carnage, Dawn of Darkness, or Zoinks, all of the titles in production at Tribe were progressing far too slowly. In Christian Johnson's words, "You have to realize that by today's standards, the teams were very small, and Silver, along with HMS Carnage, got carried away with themselves in terms of scope. There was no bidding or schedule analysis back then. It was more keep going until you finish in a brute force fashion." Nigel Kershaw would make similar comments with regards to HMS Carnage and the studio as a whole, stating, "The Tribe teams were given total creative freedom, which felt great at the time, but was also one of the main contributors to its downfall. There just wasn't anyone stood behind us saying, 'Hang on a minute, guys.'" For Christian Johnson and the other artists, a major challenge on Silver was simplifying the polygonal character models and compressing texture sizes so as to allow for multiple party members and enemies to be on screen at once. This task was not helped by the fact that, despite Tribe's avowed forward-thinking philosophy, Silver could not be built around utilizing a dedicated 3D accelerator card. As though by 1997 3D cards were quickly gaining in popularity among PC gamers, they had arrived too recently and were still not quite ubiquitous enough for every title to benefit, let alone make them a requirement. In one interview with a different team member, it was claimed that not only was adding hardware acceleration to Silver unnecessary, the large pre-rendered 2D backgrounds would have made such a move detrimental to performance. True or not, optimizing the larger enemies in the game was especially difficult for Johnson, who recalls that, quote, "the limitations of the tech often shaped our design choices," unquote. A related issue, according to another account, was that as the game progressed, it came to exceed the memory budget available to its target hardware. Though back in 1995, Silver was promised to launch on the PlayStation and Saturn consoles, it quickly vanished from software catalogs for these machines, having reportedly outstripped the capabilities of the 32-bit era. A year later, Silver briefly reappeared in print, not as a Sony or Sega game, but as a likely title for the Panasonic M2, the powerful 64-bit successor to the troubled 3DO console. Though in 1997, the M2 was itself cancelled at the last minute by parent company Matsushita, leaving open the question of what console, if any, had the real-time 3D and memory capabilities capabilities necessary to support Silver. And whilst Tribe's other games, in particular HMS Carnage, continued to appear in gaming magazines as scheduled for launch on the PC or PlayStation, in reality none of the titles in development at the Manchester studio were going particularly well, and by that point, the studio's new owners were no longer exhibiting as light a touch as they had promised a year prior. In 1997, Anphogram took a far more direct role in Ocean Software's operations, and after code reviews of the various titles still in production at Tribe, were unimpressed with the fruits of the studio's creative freedom. The exact measures taken by Anphogram to try and put Tribe on the track to profitability differ depending on the source, but several staff have indicated that some sort of ultimatum was posed to each of the projects. HMS Carnage artist Julian Holtham is quoted as stating Anphogram decreed that any project at Tribe not likely to launch within 6 months was to be canned, regardless of progress, and although it's uncertain whether this threat was worded in the exact same way to the Silver team, later accounts agree that the game did come very close to cancellation around this period. In addition to setting explicit deadlines for each project, Anphogram reportedly restructured Tribe's management and work culture, with several former staff later quoted using some variation on the idea that the studio lost its identity and became a less pleasant or creatively rewarding place to work. What followed was a great harrying of the Northern Company, with various teams trying and failing to meet the requirements demanded by Anphogram, leading to a wave of both enforced layoffs and voluntary departures. Brian Flanagan would later suggest at least 50% of Tribe's employees lost their jobs, himself included. And yet, by the end of this 6-month ordeal, the one project to not only survive but receive continued support from Anphogram was Silver, the title at Tribe least promoted and least well known to the public, but ironically enough, soon to be its centerpiece. The other teams at the studio had been less fortunate. HMS Carnage, already dismissed by Anphogram as too weird and too British, steamed ahead for a few months but failed to reach its destination, and was eventually cancelled after 3 years in development, its team having reportedly failed to complete more than a single fully playable level. Zoinks fared no better, rocked by a particularly contentious production that drove its lead artist to alcoholic blackouts, and it too was shut down. And the perennially outdated Dawn of Darkness was another casualty of the Anphogram mandate, though rather than being cancelled entirely, was instead quietly dumped on the budget CD-ROM market under the name Last Rites, a move that would, unbeknownst to Ocean, cause some consternation over at American publisher Interplay, who were around the same time working on a Planescape CRPG with an identical working title. Thus, by mid-1997, all of Tribe's once heavily promoted projects had either been cancelled or quietly disposed of. All except Silver, the same game that, 2 years prior, had barely even merited a mention in gaming magazines. With many staff being laid off or leaving for other developers in northern England, the team working on Warren Lancashire's project were now the nucleus of the studio, but not entirely the same team that had originally embarked upon it in 1995. For the preceding 2 years of development, combined with the Anphogram intervention, had cost key staff on the Silver team too, not least Warren Lancashire himself. Due to what one source described as a disagreement and another as internal politics, Lancashire had quit Silver and Tribe, joining several other ex-Ocean staff at developer Z2. Some of the losses on the Silver team were filled by survivors from the cancelled projects, with, for example, Zoink's head writer, Samantha Evans, put in charge of the script, whilst Warren Lancashire's position was divided up between Bobby Earl, Christian Johnson, and Jack Whiteley. Silver was now Tribe's singular focus, the sole survivor to be presented at industry events like the E3 Expo in summer 1997, or the European Computer Trade Show of autumn the same year. Of course, the game demoed at these events had evolved significantly since its original unveiling, and when journalists got their second, or for many first, look at the title, it was somewhat different to the isometric Zelda that had been previewed in 1995. Described by Tribe as a strategic adventure game, Silver's marketing placed considerable emphasis on its party-driven multi-character tactics, citing combat based on parameters and the necessity of intelligent strategies as core to its identity. The game's story and production values were also highlighted in promotional material, including elements like its Gothic fantasy setting, unique narratives for each of the 5 playable heroes, pre-rendered 3D visuals, seamless FMV cutscenes, and operatic fantasy score. Yet Tribe's advertising was somewhat less illuminating with regards to the specifics of Silver's combat system, whether, for example, it would be using the traditional turn-based format typical of tactical RPGs, or adopting the real-time system that was gaining ground in both the East and West. Instead, marketing listed vagaries like advanced options for customizable games, and the promise that more information would be revealed in due time. Despite the renewed marketing push, Tribe's re-emergence was not widely covered in the gaming press, limited for the most part to a handful of British and European magazines, duly reprinting Silver's promo shots and press release. With its unusual blend of fantasy, adventure, and strategy, and few specifics revealed about the title, most magazines had difficulty making comparisons to other games on the market, though one journalist noted in its dark fantasy milieu similarities to the recently released Ecstatica 2, and another, unsurprisingly, observed in the character models a certain resemblance to Final Fantasy VII's cast. For some of these publications, Silver's re-reveal was the first news of the studio's progress they'd heard in some time, as neither Tribe nor Ocean had seen much improvement in their public profile since the Amphigram takeover. Although the French publisher was still making use of the Ocean name, the process of subsuming its properties into the Amphigram parent brand had already begun, and with a handful of exceptions, those Ocean-published games that had made it to release in the preceding 2 years were mostly niche or bargain bin titles like Last Rites or the slightly better received pre-rendered side-scroller Guts and Garters. In the eyes of journalists, the thus far disappointing performance of the Manchester studio did not mark them out as a hot property entitled to extensive coverage, particularly when both E3 and ECTS had played host to a plethora of far more highly anticipated fantasy games. Amphigram themselves, for example, were simultaneously funding the development of not only Silver, but also co-op role-playing game Explore, and several other fantasy titles, such as Axel Tribe's curious, first-person medieval spiritualist adventure Pilgrim. Other developers in Europe and America were advancing their own takes on the genre, such as an imminent post-nuclear CRPG from Interplay titled Fallout, an officially licensed Dungeons & Dragons role-playing game from Canada's BioWare, Return to Krondor supposedly nearing completion, and older franchises doing their best to stay relevant in this new era of RPGs. Moreover, any hope that Silver's earlier switch to real-time polygonal 3D might have helped it stay ahead of the competition was dashed by the English release of Final Fantasy VII in autumn of that year, which soon passed 1 million sales in North America alone, and was confirmed to be heading to PC. The unprecedented success of Square's game also brought increased recognition of console-influenced home computer RPGs like Septerracore and Anachronox, suggested by some to be forerunners to the emergence of a new Japanese-style CRPG subgenre. With storm clouds encroaching from both east and west, an obscure point-and-click fantasy adventure from an unknown Manchester developer was hardly able to command much attention from most gaming magazines. But even if Silver was not being marketed with the same gusto as Tribe's original lineup had been 2 years earlier, and its association with the declining Ocean brand did it few favours among the press, the fact Amphigram were at least willing to formally promote the game in the first place was an apparent show of support for the project. Yet just as soon as Silver had returned from the wilderness, it almost immediately drifted back out of public view, a second self-imposed exile that would last for nearly a full year. For Tribe's avowed commitment to a strategic adventure was not representative of discussions occurring behind the scenes. According to later interviews, the team decided that the Command and Conquer-esque tactical combat focus they had earlier banked on was, in short, just not all that fun. Christian Johnson states that even before Warren Lancashire's departure, the idea of a more interactive, action-oriented experience had been floated, with the focal point of this approach being a gesture-based sword-fighting system wherein the player could direct an individual character's attacks with simple flicks of their mouse. Some magazines would later compare this to the melee combat controls of Treyarch's Die by the Sword, though various members of the Silver team have more frequently characterized it as a predecessor of sorts to the gesture controls eventually utilized in Lionhead's Black and White. Johnson and his co-leads had continued refining this control scheme after Lancashire left the team, and whilst not an easy system to implement into the game, requiring intense coordination between Johnson, Bobby Earl, and programmer Scott Ashton, this more interactive and exciting approach to combat would soon become Silver's focus, with its strategic party management deprioritized in favor of independent AI companions who could themselves be selected and controlled at will. Still, Amphigram were, presumably, in no mood to keep funding the team's experiments forever. To help ensure Silver did not go the way of HMS Carnage, Zoinks, or Dawn of Darkness, Lee Clare, who had previously worked for several years in Ocean Software's QA department, was brought on as a producer on the game. Clare has stated that he was likely put on to Silver due to the fact he was, quote, really enthusiastic about that particular title. It showed a lot of promise, and I was very vocal in defending the game whenever we did code reviews with senior management at Amphigram, unquote. At the time Clare came on as producer, however, Silver was apparently still in a state very far from completion. Though there was, in his words, plenty of meat on the bones, there were nevertheless a large number of unfinished and unscripted levels, as well as gaps in the story and design to bridge, and with a modest but still insufficiently sized team costing Amphigram a significant amount of money to keep going, the pressure was on to push the game out the door. Christian Johnson would thus characterize Clare's role as not only to help steer the project to completion, but also to refocus the scope of the game, with Clare referring to Bobby Earl as his go-to guy during development, but also crediting Samantha Evans as having provided, quote, a lot of support to get the game finished, with everybody else kind of filling in the gaps where the design was unclear, unquote. This reorganization and refocusing of Silver came at roughly the same time as another substantial change at the studio, however, the death of Tribe Software. By 1998, the Ocean brand was in the process of, in corporate parlance, being taken round the back of the shed, and their parent company more formally asserting its global identity. Tribe were no longer merely a subsidiary of Alphagram SR, but, along with much of Ocean, an internal studio of Infogram's United Kingdom, and Silver was, from this point onwards, marketed as an Infograms title. The move appears to have coincided with the publisher taking an even more direct role in decision-making on projects it was funding, and in a 2017 interview, Bobby Earl would claim there were, quote, several different development managers all pushing the game in different directions, unquote. Corporate politics aside, another important element that began taking a clearer form in 1998 was Silver's audio direction. A company veteran was in charge of the game's music, composer Dean Evans, known at the time for having crafted a highly atmospheric score for 1995's Waterworld. In addition, Samantha Evans would take part in recording the game's dialogue. There was, however, a third entity also originally intended to contribute to both Silver's music and voice acting, British alt-rock band Supergrass. Several articles indicated that the group would compose a short piece for a scene in a tavern, whilst vocalists Gaz Coombs and Mick Quinn were to voice all in-game dialogue for the Rebel brothers Ben and John. According to a later preview, however, Supergrass's contributions were dropped due to, per Samantha Evans, poor sound quality, prompting a writer at PC Zone to suggest the same complaint could be levelled at the rest of their music. Supergrass were not the only locals that were planned as participants in Silver's production, with several British TV and movie actors also meant to join the voice cast, but most would not make it to the final game. One exception was Doctor Who star Tom Baker, who Lee Clare apparently stumbled into by accident at Manchester's White Lion public house. After several drinks, Baker gave Clare his agent's contact details, and some of the team would later meet the actor in London to discuss his part. But the studio would require more than drunk luck to hit their development deadlines, and it was only thanks to torturous crunch towards the latter half of the year that Silver really came together. Christian Johnson recalls, for example, Bobby Earl and another programmer, Robbie Tinman, pulling alternating uninterrupted 48-hour shifts several times a week, sustained only by a traditional British diet of fizzy drinks and pizza. And even after the refocus, not all of the work that had gone into the game would be completed in time, with John Hackleton, who left before the project's completion, stating he believes one location hit particularly hard by cuts was a wintry palace inhabited by one of the secondary villains of the story. Thus, thanks to many months of hard graft from the studio and more than a few sacrifices, Silver would finally make its return to the stage in late 1998, kicking off the early phase of a new marketing campaign that included a website, previews in print magazines, and a closed-door presentation at the European Computer Trade Show. In contrast to its promotion in 1997 as a tactical and intelligent title, Infogrames UK were now marketing Silver as a fast-paced fantasy action adventure with RPG elements, focusing on its real-time combat, polygonal 3D models, accessibility, and general production values as selling points. Initially slated as targeting a release date of Christmas 1998 for the UK and Europe, the publisher would quickly revise this estimate and instead list a projected launch window of early 1999, with no mention of a North American release. Journalists in attendance at ECTS responded positively to what was shown of Silver, noting in particular its impressive pre-rendered background environments, real-time combat, and seemingly simple and intuitive control scheme. But what would also emerge in force in this period were references to Silver as a Western Final Fantasy, or Japanese console-style RPG, later coalescing into the advertising tagline, Europe's answer to Final Fantasy VII. Whilst a certain visual similarity between the two games had been noted a year prior, it's unclear where this specific talking point of Silver as a European FF7 actually originates, with some sources implying the line had come directly from Infogrames' public relations department. But regardless of whether these early comparisons to Square's game were deliberately engineered or developed organically, the perception of Silver as a westernized take on the increasingly popular Japanese or console RPG, or even a direct and deliberate challenge to the dominance of Final Fantasy VII, was a notion that swiftly gained traction and soon became a permanent feature of press coverage of the game. And the possibility that Silver could rival the Final Fantasy franchise made it a particularly magnetic attraction to representatives of console manufacturer Sega Corporation, whom, commentators noted, maintained a strong, albeit informal presence around the game's unveiling at the European trade show. Sega's interest in Silver likely stemmed from the company's by then publicly well-known and oft-remarked-upon struggles in securing role-playing titles for their systems. Although Sega machines had once hosted a diverse range of RPG experiences, from critically acclaimed franchises such as the Phantasy Star and Shining Force series, to various conversions of Western role-playing games and more niche or inventive approaches to the genre, a number of these releases never left Japan, or were localized into English but only published in specific regions, and by the mid-90s multi-platform magazines considered Nintendo machines the console of choice for RPG fans. In a review of Phantasy Star 4, for example, writer Bill Kunkel had joked that the game's highly enjoyable RPG mechanics would likely convince Sega fans that they should have bought a SNES instead. Sega loyalists in the West with a taste for in-depth sword and sorcery games had seen their fortunes plummet even further during the Saturn era, which took many years to build up a respectable library of role-playing titles, resulting in print magazines of the day routinely complaining that the console was woefully light on the array of RPGs available on both the Nintendo and, slowly but surely, the Sony PlayStation. Although Nintendo's cartridge-based Ultra 64 console failed to meet the standards set by by its predecessor as a platform for role-playing games, having by 1998 definitively lost said crown to Sony in both the East and West. This hardly made Sega look much better in comparison. With the company's new Dreamcast console set to launch in November, and public attempts to court Square seemingly rebuffed, Sega were in dire need of a Final Fantasy of their own, leading journalists to speculate that the company's presence at Silver's ECTS booth was a sign the game was headed to the upcoming Dream Machine. Nevertheless, Silver was at that point still technically a home computer title, and Infogrames' PR efforts directed at PC or multi-platform publications. In autumn of that year, the team would secure a particularly valuable prize in the form of a cover-page feature by Edge magazine, which, perhaps in a nod to not only the game's supposed JRPG influences, but also rumours of interest from Sega, referred to Silver as the shining force of PC role-playing games. The article took up the theme of Silver being part of a broader trend of Western RPG developers following in the footsteps of Japanese studios, and in keeping with earlier coverage, characterized Silver as a European spin on Final Fantasy VII. However, rather than portraying the game as a mere imitation of Square's smash hit, Edge characterized Silver as a blend of both Eastern and Western influences, noting its earlier iteration as a Command & Conquer style adventure, likening its combat and controls to the Secret of Mana series, and remarking that, with Samantha Evans in charge of the script, the game's narrative would likely diverge from that of typical JRPGs. In addition, the magazine reported that at some point after its release, Silver would receive a patch enabling a multiplayer battle arena mode to supplement its single-player campaign. Yet despite the generally laudatory tone of the piece, and its treatment of the team's leads as would-be rock stars, Edge nevertheless inserted a hint of caution into the article, not only because Silver would be competing with Eastern RPG developers on their home ground, but because the rebranding of Ocean to Infogrames UK was not enough to dispel the whiff of failure that surrounded the Manchester office. Considering that, 2 years earlier, the same magazine had run a multi-page feature on HMS Carnage, Zoiks, and Dawn of Darkness, it was inevitable that Edge suggested Tribe's checkered history meant Silver offered a path to redemption for the studio. And those many months or years spent out of the spotlight likely contributed to the rest of the gaming press being slow to pick up the story of Silver's return. Even in the UK, some magazines did not report on its appearance at ECTS until November of that year, with PC Gamer remarking that it had been almost 12 months since their last story on the game, and noting Tribe's spectacular failure with its earlier projects, attributing responsibility for this to the Silver team. In America, however, where Silver was still in need of a publisher, it was mainly online news sources that covered the game, most notably Edge affiliate Next Generation Online and IGN's The RPG Vault, whose staff were generally unfamiliar with the history of Ocean UK and less likely to mention Tribe's unreleased titles. Besides, in spite of somewhat undiplomatic references from British journalists to the studio's past work, as 1998 came to a close, coverage of the game, much of it positive, began to speed up significantly, signalling both increased interest from the press and confidence on Infogrames' part that Silver would be able to meet its launch window in early '99. That confidence, in fact, extended beyond the publisher's plans for the first game, with the team assuring the public that a sequel to Silver had already been greenlit for production. That claim was no idle boast, as Infogrames had indeed made arrangements for a second title in the franchise, though technically speaking, one that was not to be made by Infogrames themselves. Rather, as Silver approached the final months of production, at least some of the occupants of what had once been Ocean's internal development studio were in the process of departing Infogrames UK and setting up a new company, Spiral House. Co-founded by Bobby Earl and funded through a publishing deal with Infogrames, it was arranged so that Spiral House would continue to work on Silver, then, once it was shipped, take on responsibility for post-release support, developing ports of the game to other systems, and most importantly, embarking on the development of a sequel. It already seemed likely, however, that whatever came after Silver would not be a simple imitation of the game scheduled to ship in the spring of '99, because as Silver entered what for some team members was now its 4th year of development, Spiral House found itself operating in a market radically different to that of 1995. Final Fantasy VII had arrived on PC in summer '98, and though due to differing tastes, the delayed launch, and poor port work, was not received quite as well as on PlayStation, most PC gaming magazines agreed it represented a new standard of storytelling, presentation, and scale for RPGs. Silver's Japanese-influenced rivals, Septerracore and Anachronox, were also speeding, or in the case of Ion Storm's title, slouching, towards completion, whilst the end of the year had heralded the arrival of what many journalists called a return to form for Western role-playing games, BioWare's Baldur's Gate, which received overwhelmingly positive critical feedback and soon began generating the sales figures to match. And it appeared that Silver would be competing for attention with more than a few rival role-playing adjacent titles planned to hit PC in the coming months, such as Looking Glass Software's fully 3D System Shock 2, Blizzard's market-dominating ARPG Diablo 2, Origin's long-delayed Ultima 9 Ascension, a character-driven Planescape CRPG formerly known as Last Rites, and around a dozen other role-playing games supposedly set for release that year. The RPG genre might have seemed an open field when Silver entered development in 1995, but by 1999 it was becoming something of a gauntlet for smaller players in the industry. Fortunately for Spiral House, Infogrames were no minnow in the publishing business, and from January 1999 onwards brought their considerable marketing weight to bear in ensuring Silver was not completely pushed out of the spotlight. A wave of multi-page features on Silver began appearing in British gaming magazines, whilst in Europe it was able to land several cover-page exclusives from publications across the continent, ranging from PC Joker in Germany, to The Games Machine in Italy, to Computer Gaming World and Micromania in Spain. Infogrames would also promo the title at French trade show Milia in Cannes, as well as buy up significant advertising space in various publications. The concept established the previous year of Silver as a Western Final Fantasy, or a Final Fantasy VII killer, remains the predominant theme, with a number of journalists describing the game as a manga-style or anime RPG. By this stage, however, Spiral House, if not Infogrames, seemed to have taken a more aggressive stance in attempting to distinguish Silver from Japanese role-playing games, with Lee Clare quoted as saying their game was, in his words, nothing like Final Fantasy VII at all, Jack Whiteley stating the team were going for a more hands-on RPG than the turn-based tedium of Eastern role-playing games, and other members of the team repeatedly avowing that Silver had entered production long before FF7 came into focus, statements that were ignored by most of the press, who acknowledged its more action-adventure style combat system, but also continued insisting Spiral House's game had sprung from the desire to compete with Square's. To some extent, the team's attempts to distance themselves from Final Fantasy VII were the victim of a causal loop in the game's press coverage. Each time Silver was described as not being like Square's game, it only reinforced the perception that Spiral House had consciously designed it in response to the Japanese title, and solidified the belief that Silver was part of, or spun off from, the JRPG genre. An even more decisive factor, however, was that the team were receiving no help from Infogrames UK's marketing department in trying to escape comparisons to Japanese media. In fact, Infogrames were actively fighting them on it. From late 1998 onwards, an increasingly common feature of promotional material for Silver had been heavily stylized anime or manga-esque artwork, including wallpapers, character illustrations, and freehand drawings imitating concept art for the game, purportedly showing how the title's cast had evolved from sketch to screen. In reality, the majority of art used as part of Silver's marketing had nothing whatsoever to do with the game's conception or development. development. Rather, it was Infogrames that had directed the production of this material, which was initially intended simply for use as splash screens, but then pushed to the press and public as characteristic of Silver's overall tone and direction. A strategy the team themselves had opposed, believing it completely misrepresented the game. Infogrames did make use of less overtly cartoon-like assets, namely CGI renders of the protagonist made by Tribe castaways Matt Wood and John Lomax, but it was this so-called Japanese anime crossed with Disney art that made up the bulk of previews. Yet even if by early '99 Infogrames had been successful in engineering the widespread perception Silver was a Western Final Fantasy, the extensive coverage Silver received in the UK and Europe did occasionally generate more varied comparisons to existing titles, with some previews likening its streamlined ARPG mechanics to Diablo or Bethesda Softworks Battlespire, more informed journalists noting its origins as a point-and-click command-and-conquer-esque experience, and one or two magazines flipping the script entirely by contextualizing Silver alongside Baldur's Gate and Return to Krondor as a Western counter-offensive against the growing dominance of Japanese games. In contrast, a few multi-platform publications concurred with the prevailing view that Silver had been inspired by imports from the Orient, but rather than characterizing it as a Final Fantasy-like, suggested its streamlined RPG mechanics, 3D graphics, and interactive combat derived from the contemporaneous Zelda titles, and in a likely unintentional callback to Silver's unveiling in 1995 as a sort of 3D Zelda, referred to it as a European take on 1998's Ocarina of Time. In a minority of cases, the game's geographic heritage was also a matter of confusion, with the Infogrames brand overshadowing that of Ocean and Spiral House, and resulting in some journalists stating Silver was a French-made title, a fate that would also befall another of Bruno Bonnell's acquisitions in the UK, Gremlin's 3D action RPG Soulbringer. But regardless of the culture or climate in which the game was placed, press coverage of Silver remained as positive as it had been in the previous year, with praise for its gorgeous pre-rendered backgrounds, promise of an expansive and varied world to explore, intriguing multi-character controls and gesture-based combat, and what had been heard by that point of Silver's soundtrack and voice acting. Even so, there was the occasional voice raising concerns about what had been shown of the game. First, a handful of journalists observed that Silver was not the only fantasy action title in production promising an intuitive sword-fighting system, and that a year earlier, Die by the Sword had tried the same, to mixed results. A small minority of commentators also questioned whether what had been revealed of Silver's story, an evil sorcerer, a plucky band of heroes, and an array of magical orbs, was enough of a narrative to justify an epic fantasy game 3 or 4 years in development. Silver's 3D character models also attracted the occasional criticism, as though its backgrounds were unanimously agreed to be gorgeous or beautiful. The simplistic, super-deformed cast seemed to a few observers slightly dated. Finally, there were those who queried the benefits of Spiral House's game being so indelibly associated with Final Fantasy VII, a title that was by then around 2 years old, and whose own sequel was at that very moment hitting stores in Japan, with a North American release only a few months away. But when Silver was released in the UK and Europe in March 1999, those criticisms were, if not dispelled, then at least suppressed by the game's mostly positive reception.
Already know of Silver's evil. Do you have nothing new to tell us?
You are ignorant of Silver's true motives and the extreme implications of his actions.
The The majority of reviewers agreed that Spiral House had met their promise of delivering an exciting fantasy action-adventure with accessible mechanics, fun and intuitive swordplay, and a grand, if comparatively simplistic, narrative. In PC Gamer UK, Silver managed to beat many other well-regarded PC role-playing games, including Baldur's Gate and both Fallout titles, with a score of 90% and its Game of Distinction award, a rating matched by PC Format. Other leading UK magazines were slightly less congratulatory, but nevertheless gave Silver grades averaging around the 80s, whilst in Australia, where the game was published by Sega, some magazines were also able to acquire copies and generally agreed with reviewers in Britain. Ironically, it was Edge magazine who, whether for financial or artistic reasons, had fawned over the game a few months prior, that ended up giving Silver 7 out of 10, one of the lowest grades of mainstream English-speaking publications, and asserting that rather than redefining the RPG genre, the game was merely a competent cross between the complexity and scope of Final Fantasy and the accessibility of Zelda. Edge's dismay was exceeded only by PC Gaming World's Gordon Barrick, who gave Silver 6 out of 10 for being unimaginative, uninteractive, and unambitious, calling it a Mona Lisa painted by the numbers, and a superficial imitation of JRPG classics like Final Fantasy, Suikoden, and Secret of Mana. Although elsewhere Silver's seemingly modest aspirations did not generate too much of a backlash, its fixed console-style save points did become a point of contention among PC reviewers, whilst the companion controls and interface received a mixed response from across the market, and the friendly AI a mostly negative one. In Europe, reactions were much the same as in the UK and Australia, with most notable gaming magazines praising Silver as a highly enjoyable alternative to hardcore CRPGs, as well as in some regions commending Infogrames for the effort put into localizing its text and voice acting.
Ihr missbraucht eure Macht. Ihr verstoßt gegen unsere Rechte.
Welche Rechte? Ihr seid die Untertanen des Herrschers und er tut, was ihm gefällt. Wachen, treibt die Frauen zusammen.
Among these European critics, some reviewers rated Silver higher than Final Fantasy VII's PC port, though overall scores averaged slightly lower, with a minority of publications sharing Edge's disappointment with the game's lack of ambition. Reviews also began streaming in from online sources, which, as was typical, delivered scores that varied more widely than those of print magazines, but in general were extremely positive. Infogrames were quick to capitalize on these responses in their advertising, plastering scores of 90 or above across English-language magazines, conspicuously scrubbing an errant 80 from PC Zone and replacing it with a somewhat misleading quote, and highlighting Silver's marginally lower but still impressive grades from European critics. Based on third-party reporting, Silver's initial sales appear to have been relatively strong, managing to compete with Baldur's Gate for a position in the top 10 sellers in several European countries, though it would soon fall much lower, with a later PR release citing 200,000 copies sold in the region. Yet for Spiral House, the game's European launch was not the end of their work, but the transition to the next stage of Silver's development. From spring 99 onwards, Lee Clare and the team were engaged in multiple tasks critical to the future of the franchise. First, Spiral House were providing post-release support for Silver, including deploying patches, a cover disc demo, and attempting to dissuade potential customers from seeking out a cracked version of the game already spreading across the internet, a version which, according to a Usenet post by Clare, was based on an unfinished pre-release build of Silver riddled with bugs and broken scripts. Second, the company were collating critic and customer feedback from the European launch in order to make revisions to the game's North American and international release, which was soon confirmed for autumn of that year. Thirdly, portions of the team would begin transitioning to crafting Silver's long-rumoured port to the Sega Dreamcast. And fourthly, Spiral House had already begun considering the specifics of a sequel to Silver. In public, though, it was the marketing campaign for Silver's North American release that dominated coverage of the title for the rest of the year, and it soon became apparent maintaining the game's profile would be even more of a challenge than it had been in late 1998. The most obvious sign of this would come in May with E3 '99, the most important publicity event in the US gaming market. Transplanted from the grim comfort of northern England to the infernal heat of LA, Silver was introduced to the American press, some of whom had never encountered the game before, but found itself competing with both rival RPG titles and with Infogrames itself. Promoted at E3 that year were fully 3D RPGs like Piranha Bytes' Gothic, Nihilistic's Vampire the Masquerade, and Ion Storm's Deus Ex. Action RPGs like Diablo 2, Westward's Nox, and Cinematic's Revenant, and of course Silver's supposed fellow traveller Anachronox, though its other console RPG alike, Septerracore, was at that time too deeply embroiled in its German publisher's legal woes to establish much of a presence at E3. In addition to Western RPGs, Square had begun their North American marketing blitz for the English release of Final Fantasy VIII, which boasted visuals well beyond the cutesy cartoon figures of both its predecessor and Spiral House's game. And Silver was being muscled out of the way by not only other developers' upcoming titles, but by their own publisher, as whilst Silver was given a presence at E3, Infogrames prioritized floor space for their more recent and exciting American acquisition. After its European launch, Silver therefore had difficulty staying relevant in the eyes of the international press, not completely absent from print magazines, but covered primarily by online journalists, some of whom did not bother waiting for the US launch and instead reviewed the UK release, leading to an awkward and confusing crossover of Silver simultaneously receiving exclusive reveals, previews, and final reviews all at once. And though the gap between the game's original and international launch was only to be a few months, the speed at which new RPG titles were being revealed, or already hitting the shelves, quickly exacerbated criticisms from the start of the year. Whilst Silver's real-time multi-character combat and gesture-based sword fighting was still considered somewhat unique, other elements of the game were increasingly seen as, in the words of one preview, passé. The most obvious target of criticism was Silver's polygonal graphics, which were now much more frequently referred to as blocky or dated, with CGO questioning whether the game's somewhat forgiving, software-rendered system requirements would make up for the fact it was clearly not pushing the envelope technologically. An increasing number of commentators, perhaps now aware of information coming from the European launch, also voiced skepticism towards the value of a console-style save system and AI-controlled companions, as well as whether, in light of multiple action role-playing games in development and the resurgence of hardcore role-playing titles, the PC gaming market really needed yet another streamlined pseudo-RPG. And even less tangible aspects of the game's design were cited as negatives in American previews, such as Silver's cliched story and pre-generated archetypal cast. Leclerc appears to have been aware of these criticisms, defending the game's simplicity as granting it a pick-up-and-play quality, its hybrid 2D and 3D visuals as making it more accessible, and its linear story and lack of character customization allowing players to quickly identify with the hero's personality and motivations. Still, the team as a whole seemed to have, by summer of that year, already taken some of the feedback from critics to heart, incorporating it into their discussions over how to progress with the game's sequel, which even more negative reviews of Silver had expressed interest in. Statements from Leclerc and Bobby Earl indicate that Spiral House were considering switching to a new, fully 3D engine for Silver 2, and deprioritizing multi-character management in favor of more direct control over the protagonist, with Leclerc musing that, in his estimation, the RPG market was inexorably heading towards action-oriented gameplay. Some American journalists, on the other hand, suggested that the success of Final Fantasy VII had thrown open the gates to more diverse iterations of this emerging Western-made Japanese role-playing game, as whilst in August of that year, the Adrenaline Vault posited that Silver's performance on PC would be a barometer for the viability of console-style RPG lights, other commentators looked to Septerracore and Anachronox as alternative approaches to the genre, potentially potentially offering more tactical, puzzle-oriented, or character-driven experiences. But regardless of the direction in which Spiral House intended to take the franchise, major alterations to Silver's design philosophy would have to wait, as Spiral House was still focused on tweaking and revising the first game for its international release. This version of Silver would arrive in the US in September 99, just barely beating Septerra Core to the market, and was incompatible with the original European game due to several changes to the engine and mechanics, the most notable being reduced loading times, an auto-pause feature, and the addition of extra save points throughout the campaign. Despite these modifications, fears from earlier in the year that Silver's staggered launch window would injure its reception appear to have been borne out, as whilst US reviewers were still positive towards the game, scores were on average measurably lower than those of its original release in March. PC Gamer US, whose staff were generally considered more forgiving than their counterparts at the UK edition, gave Silver only 81%, and the RPG Vault's John Rick would characterise online reviews as lukewarm, ranging anywhere from 90 to 60%. In some quarters, Silver went unnoticed for a time, as though infograms did buy ad space in magazines, a number of North American reviews were delayed or first published in online editions, and would not appear in print until several months after launch. A 3.5-star review of Silver by Eric Walpore of Computer Gaming World would not arrive for another 5 months, during which time other RPGs had reached the shelves and taken advantage of the Christmas rush, whilst Next Generation magazine would not cover the game until 6 months after its release, giving it 3 stars to Septerra Core's 4. Contemporaneous feedback from players on message boards appears to have been relatively close to that of professional reviewers, with some praising Silver's fun and accessible gameplay, but others calling it a clickfest, along with widespread criticism of its unimaginative story, shallow RPG mechanics, and long loading times. One commentator stated they had passed on buying the title due to the Infogram's branding, noting that the last role-playing game they'd purchased from the company, Explore, was a piece of crap, whilst another poster suggested the company's marketing strategy was flawed, sagely observing that Silver would undoubtedly have sold better had it been promoted with more anime babes. Reviews from other international regions, such as South America, were somewhat inconsistent, hitting both highs of 90 and, in the case of Argentina's Extreme PC, a low of 48%. And Silver was not absent from Japan, where it was published by Sega under the subtitle The Demon King of Silver White, marketed as both an AD&D inspired adventure and as an action RPG alternative to Baldur's Gate. Sold in big box format with an accompanying hint book, this version of the game was not fully localized, with only the manual and supplemental material being translated from English. Though, being both a PC game and an import, not attracting much attention in the country, the game was nevertheless reviewed by print magazine Play Online, who rated it at 3 stars out of 5 and suggested it was better suited for arcade fans than Dungeons & Dragons enthusiasts. Subsequent to Silver's international launch, coverage of the game in home computer publications fell off dramatically, though multi-platform magazines continued running sidebar articles, noting that Spiral House were not only hard at work on the Sega Dreamcast port of Silver, but also actively hiring new staff to assist with the production of its sequel. Thus, although by the end of 1999 the gaming press had shifted their attention to Silver's console version, reportedly still in such an early stage of development that it was being privately demoed with footage from the home computer release, references to Spiral House and the second entry in the series would on rare occasions creep into PC gaming magazines or news sites covering CRPG news, along with a brief resurgence of claims that a multiplayer mode was being worked on. By early 2000, however, all eyes were focused on Silver's upcoming Dreamcast launch, and coverage of the game by console magazines was noticeably different to that of PC-oriented publications from the previous year. Whereas commentators on the home computer version of Silver had highlighted how little it had in common with real RPGs, on Sega's machine, fans could not afford to be quite so picky. Over a year after the system's launch, titles even remotely resembling role-playing games were few and far between, with the most promising candidates usually cancelled or never leaving Japan. Infogram's press releases would play to this perception of the platform as lacking in true sword and sorcery role-playing titles by describing Silver as a shining light for Sega owners. In the context of being on a platform with virtually no real alternatives, journalists viewed Silver as an unusually deep and hardcore fantasy experience, describing it as the Dreamcast's first true RPG. Though under no illusions as to the game being anything other than an action RPG, as opposed to more traditionalist JRPGs that could once, in the distant past, have been found on the Mega Drive or Saturn, and described as a hack-and-slash title by one preview, English-speaking Sega fans nevertheless acknowledged that Silver was about as close to a Zelda, let alone a Final Fantasy, as they were likely to get. Still, though Spiral House's game might look to be mechanically deeper than DC players were used to, its heroic fantasy setting was received no more favourably than it had been on PC, with numerous previews mocking Silver's cliched and unoriginal plot. Based on Infogram's marketing material, the publisher does not seem to have been particularly bothered by criticisms that the game's story was a little too well-worn, with press releases more than willing to highlight its reliance on conventional fantasy tropes. Infograms did, however, market the game's tone and aesthetics slightly differently to the approach used for the PC release. Whilst utilising a variety of artistic styles in previews and online material, from early to late 1999, print advertisements for Silver had put a greater emphasis on its pre-rendered realistic dark fantasy imagery. For ad space purchased in Dreamcast magazines, on the other hand, Silver's more comic book or manga-esque artwork was given freer rein, either due to consumer demographics or the differing aesthetic conventions of home computer and console role-playing games. Otherwise, Silver was promoted in much the same way as it had been on PC, as an action-adventure that blended heart-stopping real-time combat and classic RPG depth of play. And when aspiring Dragon Slayers got their hands on the game in June 2000, they do not seem to have considered Silver's marketing entirely misleading. Dreamcast magazines frequently described Silver as an RPG adventure, favourably comparing its light role-playing elements to more casual Japanese imports on the console, such as the child-friendly dungeon crawler Evolution, The World of Sacred Device, and likening its action gameplay to arcade fantasy brawlers like Midway's Gauntlet Legends. Even so, review scores for what was technically now the game's third, or counting the iMac, fourth launch, dipped once again, with some publications awarding Silver 80 to 90%, but others doling out 6 or 7 out of 10, including a fairly negative review from the official Dreamcast magazine, and particularly harsh feedback from online reviewers. A common sentiment held by journalists was most succinctly expressed by Game Informer, who gave Silver 8 out of 10 and stated it was the best role-playing game on the Dreamcast, but also joking that this was hardly saying much considering the competition. Complaints revolved around Silver's linear story and, in the view of a minority, its repetitive combat, as well as the port's mid-screen loading times and PlayStation-esque graphics. In addition, due to lacking the home computer version's contextual cursor, Dreamcast players were sometimes frustrated in their attempts to navigate their way to working exits on each screen. Perhaps most damagingly, there was also a broad sense that Silver was merely a dated hand-me-down from the PC that did not constitute the blockbuster Final Fantasy killer Sega fans had hoped for, a belief strengthened by later reviews, by which time other potential saviors had been spotted on the horizon. By late summer or autumn, for example, some reviewers suggested RPG fans looking for a deeper and more epic experience wait a few months for the English release of either GameWorks' Skies of Arcadia or GameArt's Grandia 2, the latter having already been received very well in Japan. This mild backlash aside, even the more negative reviewers saw promise in Silver, with several echoing critics from a year prior by stating that for all the game's flaws, they were nevertheless looking forward to seeing what Spiral House might do with its sequel. That sequel, for over a year widely reported to be in production at the studio, would never come to pass, however. Not for the sake of any grand cataclysm or studio politicking, but the simple reality of financial necessity. Hints of trouble had emerged earlier in the year, when one journalist reported that the 3D fantasy adventure originally intended as Silver 2 was being changed into a new property. Other publications suggested the company had dropped the game and was working on a completely unrelated adventure title. Based on comments from Christian Johnson, it's possible that the source of these rumors was internal contention over the studio's intent to continue developing a franchise with a high fantasy setting. According to Johnson, by the early 2000s, Infogrames had begun attempting to more closely integrate focus testing and market research into the production cycle of games under its remit, and the message the publisher had received regarding Silver 2 was clear. Consumers were tired of D&D type games. Johnson states Infogrames had thus implicitly communicated to the team that they did not feel products with a fantasy setting were financially viable in the RPG market of the early 2000s. Rather than abandoning the sequel, however, the publisher was still willing to move ahead, albeit requiring that the game's background and tone adopt an overt science fiction style. In truth, the real reason Silver 2 never came to fruition, either as a fantasy or sci-fi title, was, according to interviews with Spiral House's founders, that a small studio of their sort simply could not afford to gamble on its future. Although both they and Infogrames had been committed to continuing the series, by this stage the publisher was prioritizing a reboot of its iconic Alone in the Dark franchise, starting with Darkworks Studios' The New Nightmare, which was developed primarily for the PS1 and Dreamcast. Spiral House were offered the opportunity to port the title to PC and PlayStation 2, an unglamorous assignment perhaps, but one that offered a guaranteed paycheck and carried far less risk than producing a blockbuster action-adventure. Plans for Silver 2 were thus put on hold to focus on supporting the Alone in the Dark series, and would eventually be abandoned entirely. In 2001, the studio struck deals to work on other licensed properties, such as creating a proof-of-concept demo for a Lord of the Rings title starring actor Brian Cox as Gandalf, part of Infogrames' attempt to secure video game rights for the trilogy, and as Christian Johnson noted, somewhat ironic considering their earlier stance on fantasy games. But neither this nor several other major projects being worked on at Spiral House would be realized. Despite its best efforts, much of the company's history past this point involved support work and multi-platform conversions in order to, as Bobby Earl put it, keep the wolves from the door, and it would be some time before the studio were able to ship titles entirely of their own making. Hopes for a continuation of the Silver series, though occasionally teased, would go unfulfilled, and the original game, in its various incarnations, remains the only title in the franchise. Many members of the development team would continue at either Spiral House or other studios in Northern England, such as Rage, Warthog, Z2 and Psygnosis, most of which were later merged with or bought out by larger publishers. The lessons learned in developing Silver would influence former team members for many years to come, with Spiral House later crediting their co-op character-switching adventure Troll and I to their experimentation with multi-character control in Silver. And the original game would return to the market twice in the 2010s, first with a digital re-release on the Good Old Games store in 2012, then with an updated Steam version developed by publisher THQ Nordic in 2017, which was later added to the original GOG release and remains available on both platforms as of winter 2025. Although Silver would not achieve the cult status enjoyed by some other fantasy titles of its day, it has appeared in various video retrospectives and an article by PC Gamer's Online edition, and is included in Bitmap Publishing's The CRPG book, where, in line with most historical views of the title, it's listed as a European twist on the Japanese role-playing game. In interviews, several members of Silver's development team have bemoaned the game's failure to hit the home computer market in 1997 or 1998, when it would have preempted much of its competition and likely escaped criticisms for its early 3D graphics, but nevertheless express pride over having developed an award-winning and well-regarded fantasy adventure. And now that we've learned about the lengthy journey Silver took from inception to release, it's time to experience the game for ourselves. We'll start by getting a sense of Silver's basic mechanics and the general flow of the campaign, then consider it more critically, thinking about its gameplay, production values, which version of the game is best, and then finish by analysing its story and writing. For the gameplay section, we'll focus on the updated home computer version of Silver that's available on GOG and Steam, but we'll also dip in and out of the Dreamcast port to discuss some of the differences from the original. So don your foam helmet and draw a cardboard sword as we stride into the heroic fantasy setting of Eight-Isled Jara.
Who's winning?
I am.
I haven't warmed up yet. You're young. It just takes me a little longer to get going.
Then I'll leave you be. Besides, I have the washing to do.
Silver opens with a short cutscene showing the arrival of the Emperor Silver's forces upon the island of Verdante, whereupon the soldiers begin rounding up all the local women and then set off to scour the area for more victims. The game then shifts to the nearby forest where the protagonist, the young knight David, is training with his grandfather, and control is handed over to the player. In the original PC release of Silver, basic controls are handled using mouse-driven point-and-click commands. Clicking on a traversable area of the screen makes David walk there, whilst double-clicking makes him run, and the mouse cursor will usually change when highlighting something interactable, like an exit to another screen. On the Dreamcast port, David is controlled directly by the controller's thumb pad, whilst moving to an adjacent screen is done by running into the general proximity of the exit. David's first goal is to go into his house and retrieve his equipment, but as he enters, his lovely wife Jennifer reminds him to take some food. A health-restoring apple lies on the ground, which can be picked up by clicking on it on PC or running over it on Dreamcast. On the top floor of David's house is a chest, which on PC is opened by clicking on it with the mouse, though in the Dreamcast version, interactable objects like chests or NPCs are automatically highlighted when the player nears them, and are activated with the A button. The chest disgorges David's sword and shield, which can be equipped in both versions of the game by opening the pie menu. Right-click on the PC or B on the Dreamcast controller, opening the weapons tab and selecting the sword, and doing the same for the shield. Returning to his grandfather, David is put through his combat training. In Silver, a basic attack can be performed on PC by simply clicking on a hostile NPC, or on Dreamcast, hitting the A button when nothing else is selected. But in both versions, the player is expected to learn the gesture or directional combat system if they want to survive beyond the tutorial. By holding down Control on PC or the right trigger on Dreamcast, David enters his combat stance. On PC, by left-clicking and flicking the mouse up, left or right, or downwards, the player performs a lunging, slashing, or backwards attack, whilst on Dreamcast, these can be done by moving the analog stick. Finally, tapping or holding down the right mouse button, or B button, performs a dodge or block. Aside from the control scheme, the PC and Dreamcast versions of the game differ here in only one key aspect. Whilst the pie menu can be opened at any time in combat, and items or weapons swapped out freely, on most PC versions the game will continue as usual, whereas on Dreamcast, opening the menu will, unless disabled in the options, pause the game. Once the player has mastered the combat controls, a cutscene plays in which Silver's soldiers arrive and kidnap Jennifer, with a couple of guards staying behind to deal with David and his grandfather. The player is handed back control of David, who quickly dispatches the guards, and with his grandfather in tow, fights his way through several screens of enemy soldiers. Unfortunately, David and his grandfather fail to reach the galleon carrying the woman before it departs, and are advised to travel to the sanctuary Isle of Haven to join up with the Verdante rebels. On their way back from the docks, however, they'll encounter a strange floating man. This is the Chronicler, who serves as the only means of saving your game in Silver. A Chronicler will appear at several points throughout the story, usually roughly 10 to 20 minutes apart, assuming linear progress on the part of the average player, and except for in one instance, will always vanish after a save game is made. David and his grandfather head back towards the barracks blocking the path to Haven, where, after defeating defeating several waves of guards, they'll encounter a trader, who can sell them food and remains at this location for the rest of the game. Later in the story, this character will be joined by a second trader selling ammo for ranged weapons. After fighting their way into Haven, David and his grandfather discover the rebel camp, and learn that the nearby island of No houses a grand library with an astronomical observatory, from where they might espy the galleon. Before leaving, the player should talk to the NPCs, one of whom will teach David his first special move. Selected in the pie menu and performed by holding down the attack button, there are 8 special moves in total, which can be learned from NPCs or combat scrolls throughout Jara, and each move has its own individual recharge meter. And David shouldn't miss a flaming torch lying on the ground, one of several items in Silver that has no immediate use, but is actually an important quest item. Said torch is required to enter a nearby cave, which grants David and his grandfather access to the path to the Grand Library of No. The imp-infested library is where David will learn that the women of Verdante are being taken to the west, to the Port of Rain, but also where the player will be introduced to several important game mechanics. The first is using ranged weapons. David will acquire a small catapult, or slingshot to Americans, which is selected from the pie menu and on PC aimed and fired with the mouse, whilst on Dreamcast handled by holding down the left trigger, selecting a target with the right trigger, and firing with the A button. The catapult has infinite ammo, but other ranged weapons, such as bows, throwing knives, or bombs, will need to be kept stocked up. The second mechanic introduced in No is keys. At various points, David's path will be blocked by locked doors, which on PC are automatically opened when David acquires the key, though on Dreamcast players need to specifically hold down the left trigger, select the door, and unlock it. The third mechanic the player has probably not encountered up to this point is death. Whereas for the first half of this section, David's grandfather will likely defeat foes by himself and revive David after combat, in the second half David will head into the caves of No by himself, and falling in combat will result in a game over. At this stage of the game, players can rely on food to keep their health up, as even in the midst of combat, a single apple or carrot will restore most of David's HP, but towards the latter stages of Silver, they'll increasingly rely on magic or healing potions to stay alive. The caves will also introduce David to enchanted wands. Equipped from the magic item menu, wands can be used alongside a shield and fire elemental blasts at enemies. Wands can only power a handful of shots, but will recharge fairly quickly, which is fortunate for David, as in the heart of the cave network he'll encounter the game's first formal boss fight, a flying demon. Bosses in Silver may challenge the player through several means, ranging from immunity to certain damage, special moves, different phases in which they'll adopt new attack patterns, and so forth. The Demon of No, for example, will fling homing fireballs at David and periodically summon in different types of imps, and is vulnerable to David's wand only at specific times. In addition, bosses are the only means of leveling up in Silver. Players will only increase their level after successfully completing a formal boss fight, and leveling up automatically improves a character's stats with no input from the player. After defeating the demon, David returns to the rebel camp and joins their assault on the occupied port of Rain. Rain is where the player learns the remaining basics of Silver's gameplay. First is party control. David is joined by the rebel Sekuni, who will follow David around and fight alongside him, or can be selected and controlled individually. Sekuni, like the rest of the companions available in Silver, differs slightly from the protagonist in her stats and specialities. Although David's companions can use all the same weapons, items, magic, and special attacks as the young knight, their basic stats mean they excel in different areas. Sekuni, for example, has lower strength, hit points, and magic skills than David, but much higher manual or ranged dexterity, which makes her faster and more skilled with a bow. By default, Sekuni is equipped with a short bow and will fire at enemies in range, swapping back to her catapult when she runs out of ammo. Aside from direct control, the player has a limited amount of of control over AI companion behavior, such as activating dispersal mode to make every party member attack the same enemy, or setting how many shots they will fire from a ranged weapon. If a party member falls in combat, they'll be revived at the end of the battle with no consequence, but if all of them are knocked out, the game will end. In Silver, the party shares all experience points and will level at the same rate, and though the player may sometimes lose control of David's companions, they will never permanently leave the party or take items or equipment with them. If the party reaches its maximum size of 3, they'll simply return to the rebel camp. As David and Sakuni fight through rain, they'll encounter a number of locked doors or blocked off routes, as well as potentially pick up a side quest. Saving an old woman from guards will result in her asking you to find her lost grandchild, who she claims will recognize his old teddy bear. However, neither the main quest nor optional content in Silver is recorded in any sort of notebook or quest journal, so the player will have to remember their immediate and side objectives on their own. Regardless of what occurs on the way to Rain's docks, David and the rebels will arrive too late. The galleon has already sailed towards Silver's palace on the magically sealed Isle of Metalon, taking the woman of Verdante with it, and the rebels return to the camp to consider their next moves. Upon arrival, however, they learn that Silver has even darker intentions for the kidnapped woman than merely choosing a new bride, and that he can only be fought by countering his magic with 8 elemental orbs hidden across Jara, with the first, the Fire Orb, owned by a magician back in Rain. David is given an artifact that will allow him to enter the Magician's Tower, and a map from the rebels that will let him teleport to any previously visited locations. In addition, the party will gain access to another trader who sells magic potions, and will periodically upgrade both his stock and the potions already in the party's inventory at set points throughout the game. David and Sakuni thus head to Rain to retrieve the Fire Orb. This introduces the last of the game's basic mechanics, magic. Magic orbs are equipped through the pie menu and can only be used by one party member at a time. Most orbs are offensive. The Fire Orb fires a flaming bolt, with each attack draining the party member's mana pool. Other orbs may aid the party or inflict status effects. Mana recharges slowly in Silver, though each party member has an individual magic pool. Each time the party uses magic, they slowly increase the level of each orb, which will eventually unlock the next tier of that orb, usually a more powerful variant that drains more mana. Magic can also be cast on the party themselves, usually resulting in an area effect centered on the party member, which again changes depending on the orb's tier. Using any kind of magic will increase the party's proficiency with all the orbs, and the player can freely switch between whatever tiers are available. Once again, magic level is shared across the whole party, meaning that a new or neglected companion will always have access to the same tier of magic as David. With the Fire Orb in hand, David is now free to search for the remaining artifacts. From this point onwards, Silver's campaign is best described as semi-linear, in that many locations are still blocked off, but the player is not forced to go to the same locations in the same order, and will often find themselves revisiting previous areas to access mandatory or optional content. After acquiring the Fire Orb, for example, David could head directly to the Ice Caves to retrieve the Orb of Cold, return to Verdante to explore the forest depths, or use a key acquired from the Magician's chest to access a new area of Rain. As the player progresses through the campaign, they'll pick up several new companions, such as the hulking warrior Jug, or the weak but magically skilled Chiaro, as well as other unusual artifacts, like a Ring of Invisibility. On occasion, the player may have access to an area but find it too difficult due to either their level or perhaps lacking an item or elemental orb that's particularly effective against foes in that location. And whilst most inaccessible areas are gated by a key or magic item, there are a handful of cases in which the player will have to figure out or acquire the solution for an environmental puzzle. The majority of Silver is thus taken up by David and his companions scouring the world for the orbs, leveling up via bosses, improving their magic tiers, stocking up on replenishables, learning combat moves, and finding better equipment. Although the game does not clearly delineate between main quest progression and general exploration, once the player has acquired all 8 orbs, they'll be given the option to choose whether or not to head directly to the Isle of Metalon, which is their final opportunity to explore the rest of the world. Once David is sent to Metalon, he will be unable to swap out his companions or leave. And whilst there is a small amount of side content, the final stage of the game is a mostly linear path towards a confrontation with Silver himself, and the final battle for the fate of Jara. No matter what originally inspired it, by the time Silver hit shelves in 1999, in the minds of both players and critics, it was a title owing a considerable debt to console RPG titan Final Fantasy VII. And from then all the way up to the present day, most commentators have viewed it as kindred to Square's game. Both Infogram's marketing and contemporaneous reviewers portrayed Silver as the West's answer to the title journalists of its day argued had finally brought Japanese role-playing games to the mainstream, whilst modern retrospectives also tend towards judging it as either a subspecies of the JRPG or a hybrid of Final Fantasy and action adventures. Whilst I personally doubt Leclerc's claim that FF7 had no influence whatsoever on Silver's development, it is interesting to see how many of the game's mechanics, having developed independently of console RPGs, ended up being characterized as a conscious reappraisal of what, at the time, was Japan's most famous export. Silver's party-driven adventuring, for example, was then believed to be a holdover from Final Fantasy, even though in reality it was viewed internally at Ocean as sibling to the mouse-driven real-time strategy genre that had exploded in popularity with 1995's Command & Conquer. Recall that as late as 1997 or 1998, tactical combat, not action, was the focus of Silver's gameplay, with official marketing material calling the title a strategic adventure, and emphasizing intelligent multi-character management. These elements, though subsequently diluted to give the game more mass appeal, remained present in the final product, and were viewed as an evolution of the all-too-familiar 3-in-a-row JRPG formula. And when Silver pivoted to streamlined, accessible, real-time action, these elements too, though seemingly engineered without thought to Japanese titles, were understandably interpreted by reviewers as direct and deliberate ripostes to Final Fantasy VII. Whereas in Square's game, exploration would be constantly interrupted by random combat transitions to abstract arenas in which terrain and positioning were virtually irrelevant, in Silver, enemies existed in the same environment as the party, blocking walkways, sniping from windows, and tossing bombs from afar. Whereas Final Fantasy's turn-based or active time battles were already a running joke among players unfriendly to traditional JRPGs, journalists were near unanimous in their praise for Silver's frantic, gesture-driven swordplay. And whilst many reviewers bemoaned hours spent on the PlayStation grinding for experience and equipment affinity, farming monsters for items, training up neglected party members, and fiddling about in menus, Spiral House delivered a trimmed-down experience with linear character progression, minimal logistics, shared leveling, and virtually no downtime. Interestingly, one of the only reviews of the day that did not make extensive reference to FF7 in analysing Silver was Japan's Play Online, which viewed the game in the context of other party-driven point-and-click Western RPG imports, such as Baldur's Gate and Planescape Torment. This seems to match how Silver's East Asian PC release was marketed by Sega, who explicitly positioned it as an action-heavy alternative to the AD&D-derived Baldur's Gate, possibly a reflection of the sort of audience interested in Western PC role-playing games in Japan. But in the West, Silver clearly benefited from long-building resentment to JRPG mechanics that were perceived as pigeonholing the genre into delivering games that were pretty, but also bloated, dull, and overcomplicated. Out of the three titles of this era, most commonly referred to as Western JRPGs, Silver was the most aggressive in sawing off mechanics it considered inessential to the experience. Septerra Core, released around the same time as Silver in North America, retained the stat and equipment-oriented party management of classic JRPGs, it somewhat ironically since at one point in development its team had been directed to downplay this element to avoid competing with other RPGs being released by their publisher. Similarly, Tom Hall, lead designer on 2001's Anachronox, credited both Chrono Trigger and FF7 as strong influences on his game games, character development, and quasi-turn-based tactics. In both of these titles, players would engage in a lot of the same activities central to traditional JRPGs. Manage their gear and skills, visit hubs to trade for weapons, armor, and supplies, work through dialogue options in conversation with NPCs, and wander around picking up side quests. But Spiral House obviously saw this kind of gameplay as something that was, at best, tolerated by more casual RPG fans, and actively repellent to the bulk of the market, who preferred shooters and action games. Based on interviews and marketing material, it doesn't seem that the team had any genuine expectation of reeling in the hardcore RPG audience, but rather hooking agnostics, a mix of mainstream audiences who preferred more arcadey titles or action adventures closer to the Zelda formula, and ARPG fans who enjoyed Diablo but wanted something with more excitement and less inventory management. Thus, with some contemporaneous reviewers calling Silver a potential gateway drug to the role-playing genre, I wasn't surprised to see retrospective reviews from older gamers recalling that it was the first RPG they'd ever played. It's not difficult to put oneself in the shoes of someone uninterested in turn-based merry-go-round JRPG combat, or intimidated by Western role-playing games with 200-page manuals, and see how, in its basics, Silver seemed a marvel. Finally, a fantasy adventure where players could leap headfirst into the action and start chopping down enemies left and right. Although by 1999 Diablo had already triggered a wave of copycat real-time action RPGs, in most cases standard combat in these titles still consisted of simply clicking on things, at least until you started getting new abilities to mess around with. And the appeal of more traditionalist real-time titles like Baldur's Gate was certainly not the basic swordplay. Silver's dodging and blocking and gesture-based swashbuckling was therefore one of its biggest draws, consistently highlighted across something like 90% of the reviews I was able to find. Swiping your mouse left and right and slashing through hordes of guards is definitely a more visceral experience than was typical at the time. I was surprised this didn't seem to work quite so well on the Dreamcast port, with awkward pauses between attacks, though it might be the emulator or Xbox controller wasn't perfectly simulating how inputs worked on the real thing. In fact, at times the gesture attacks are a little too effective. The back swipe was so good at taking out flying enemies that I rarely bothered to actually switch to ranged attacks, and horizontal slashes can potentially stun lock many standard enemies, and even a couple of bosses, to the point that going wild with your mouse is sometimes more effective than having any sort of thoughtful strategy. And not to mention, if you're playing the PC version, to anyone watching it looks like you're having some kind of seizure. Counterintuitively, the degree to which Silver rewards a very aggressive fighting style undermines the amount of work Spiral House put into designing a combat system that's supposed to enable more duel-like one-on-one fights. For most of the game, you're fighting multiple enemies at once, so getting the hang of the blocking or dodging system is just not worth it when you're better off attacking to interrupt your foe's strikes and reduce their numbers. The enemies in the opening sections of the game are mostly pests who aren't in need of overthinking, and though there's a mini-boss, his area attacks don't encourage locking in and trying to parry. Once you run into the stronger enemies capable of blocking, these are more safely disposed of by a magic wand, and the first boss is mostly a ranged duel. After all this, you've already gotten your first real companion, and from then onwards you're generally fighting larger groups with ranged foes mixed in, which highlights both good and bad points of both your companions and ranged combat. We'll come back to big issues with party control a bit later, but for a game from the late 90s, your partner AI isn't completely non-functional. They're capable of both attacking and defending, and when equipped with ranged items will usually fire away pretty reliably until they run out of magic or ammo. Whilst the player is obviously better at targeting and prioritizing enemies, I did find that on the Dreamcast, which uses a slightly awkward lock-on system, the AI was sometimes faster than me at reacting to threats. threats, though they're not very good at handling height-based obstacles, such as in the sewers or prison. In Melee, they can usually survive for themselves for a bit due to using blocking or dodging, but won't output much damage, and unsurprisingly can't really handle running away from special moves. In effect, that means that if equipped with close-range weapons, or after exhausting their magic and ammo, AI-controlled heroes aren't good for much other than as a distraction, which could have been incredibly frustrating, but since surviving a battle automatically revives any KO'd companions, it doesn't really matter. What did irritate me a bit, and leads back into a broader issue with the combat balancing, is how fighting directly alongside companions is often worse than being surrounded by hostiles. Companions not uncommonly get in your way if fighting a single enemy hand-to-hand, blocking your attacks and giving the enemy a chance to attack, which will hit both the party member you're controlling and the one that got in the way. So it's often preferable to just throw yourself into a group of targets and go wild, which once again means that the game usually rewards going berserk over a more balanced approach to combat. That Silver adheres to the attack is the best defense policy also dulls the usefulness of certain special moves. Some are just too weak and inaccurate to be worth trying to pull off when you could be slicing away with regular attacks. And on PC, it wasn't until I started getting area attack specials that I was using these moves regularly. Spiral House were clearly proud of the fighting system, to the point that they do try to encourage mastering it for specific boss encounters. Around halfway through the game, a one-on-one battle is forced on the player, which can be difficult if you don't get to grips with timing your dodges properly. Similarly, there's an endgame fight in which all your consumables and special items are removed, and is borderline impossible without matching the rhythm of the boss's attack pattern. Unfortunately, whilst there are another couple of forced solo fights, and it's not uncommon to end up as the last man standing after your companions get KO'd, even these situations don't require any fancy swordplay, so a good deal of the game is spent neglecting your dueling skills. It would seem to me a possible solution for this would be to have situations in which there are an almost overwhelming number of enemies, or enemies with special buffs, led by an elite foe that David could challenge to single combat, and thus break the other's morale or remove the leader's enhancement. It would fit in with the idea of David being a knight, rather than a warrior like Vivienne or a bruiser like Jug. Perhaps specific elites would accede to challenges posed by specific party members. Only Kagan could challenge monks, or only Vivienne could challenge women, for example. Speaking of which, that relative lack of differentiation between party members and inability to modify their stats or specializations is of course one of the areas in which reviewers felt Silver had really fallen short. As commendable as it is that for some Silver was the first RPG they ever played, I couldn't help noticing that in at least 2 retrospectives, fans stated that it was also the only RPG they ever played. Even the most effusive reviews from 99 or 2000 warned Silver's streamlined role-playing mechanics were so threadbare that existing RPG players may not have found much to hold their interest. This had initially not been such an issue on the Dreamcast, but by the time Silver released on the platform in June 2000, there were signs of more traditional JRPGs on the horizon. With fixed stats, no character customization beyond swapping out weapons and magic, no skills aside from beat-em-up style special moves, and NPC interaction restricted to picking up quests, trading, or funny one-liners, no wonder a minority of magazines classed Silver as an action-adventure, or appended a buyer beware to their reviews for the sake of naive role-playing fans who might be tricked by full-page advertisements crowing that the game was redefining the RPG genre. CGW's Eric Walpole praised Spiral House for removing, quote, the complex stat-based baggage of its brethren, unquote. But that baggage was what attracted many players to both CRPGs and JRPGs. Whilst David is the most well-rounded member of the party, around half your companions are reasonably proficient at both melee and spellcasting. Even Jug and Sekuni, who have extremely low magic, can serve as fighters, ranged support, or orb users in a pinch. Similarly, Chiaro, the sheltered artist and mage, obviously excels at spellcasting, but won't instantly turn to goo if you throw him into battle. Although this setup means you'll rarely have party members sitting around twiddling their thumbs with nothing to contribute, or at least not based on their stats anyway, it also illuminates how shallow these characters are, mechanically speaking, outside of controlling them in battle. As set, predefined companions, nobody in the group has a special skill or functionality exclusive to them, in combat or out. Nobody has an exclusive mechanic like FF7's limit breaks, or Anachronox's unique weapons and fighting style. None of them are good at stealing, or charming NPCs, or climbing up to inaccessible areas or some such, because those features don't exist in Silver's game world in the first place. Although you can, on occasion, get slightly different responses depending on which companion speaks to NPCs, I don't recall this ever being used for anything useful. So the fact David is a knight, Sekuni an archer, Kagan a monk, and so forth, is just a vague descriptor of their general stat distribution, not a meaningful class distinction. That's partially true of the Final Fantasy games of the era, since if you strip away their limit breaks, most of the available companions are serviceable in a variety of roles. The difference, however, was the way you used these party members in battle could be influenced by, in FF7 for example, the materia system, by which players could assign particular abilities or resistances to each character. The option of stealing from or copying an enemy command, having an increased magic pool, automatically protecting a companion from an attack, adding a fire effect to their weapon, and many more. No such system exists in Silver. David and his team all have the same abilities, and set stats that automatically increase each level to make them do more damage, cast more spells and the like, which means almost no time spent sleepily browsing through multi-layered menus or managing materia affinity or whatnot, but also means no time spent planning out David's character progression, or setting up elaborate strategies that matches your party composition. Really no customization other than choosing who carries a bow and who carries an orb. Spiral House probably went too far in trying to attract non-RPGers to a game being marketed, possibly at Infogram's insistence, as a type of RPG, or at least assumed to have some RPG elements by consumers and the press, purely based on first impressions. This allowed it to overcome prejudices towards role-playing games held by casual players, but even to those players, Silver must have seemed a little light on complexity for an epic fantasy adventure. On PC, I hit the endgame with a full stock of virtually all the most valuable items, and by the time I really understood all the ins and outs of the different spells, the game was practically over. I'm surprised there was no, say, optional endgame dungeon, or a new game mode with increased difficulty, that forced veteran players to make the most of what they'd learned about Silver's not overcomplicated mechanics. In many turn-based JRPGs, standard encounters, not bosses or special monsters or whatever, were understandably criticised for being dull, grindy, and shallow. Select this character and attack, select this character and attack, maybe have a character heal now and again. But there were also factors like status effects to consider, conserving mana and replenishables between save points, or farming monsters for a special encounter or rare item. Silver has none of that extra layer of sophistication to engage players on a deeper level than the battle at hand. Most areas are relatively short, the gaps between saves aren't that big, assuming a linear path, and you can usually leave at any time to go stock up on supplies, which becomes even less relevant once fairly early in the game you pick up the healing orb. Other than the final dungeon, there's just not much incentive whatsoever to conserve anything other than your ammo or best consumables. There's actually a circle of healing in Verdante, but I can't imagine why it was necessary, short of some hypothetical situation in which the player managed to get their entire party to 1 hit point before a boss fight, and had no money or items, despite the respawning imps in Rain, and had not yet acquired the healing orb. Perhaps a relic from when the game was a bit harsher or something. And there's nothing to train or farm in Silver, since leveling only occurs after bosses, and none of the respawning enemies drop anything remarkably valuable. valuable. The only extra incentive you might have to vary your tactics during regular encounters is leveling up your orbs, which you're probably using often enough anyway, and in my opinion are hardly critical to winning the game, other than for story reasons. My guess is Spiral House believed that the sword play is where players would find a greater degree of depth, since both the party and many enemies are capable of casting spells, performing various offensive and defensive actions, and even utilising some of the same special moves. The endgame warriors, for example, absolutely love spamming these on the party. But despite an impressive variety of foes spread across the game, until Silver's Palace, none of the generic spawns really involve a remarkably different strategy to one another, except perhaps prioritising ranged attackers or saving special moves for especially tough monsters. Group battles are too frantic for it to be worth trying to avoid enemies' specials, not to mention the aforementioned favouritism the game displays towards aggressiveness. And the only status effect I recall noticing was an acid or poison debuff from a boss. Nobody blinds or silences you, none of the sewer monsters spread diseases, none of the pirates try to steal money or potions, and nor do you have any such options. Even the elemental orbs and wands don't really have much relevance other than being beams or projectiles, or doing greater or lesser damage to certain creatures. Lightning attacks do briefly stun enemies, but again combat goes so fast that this isn't as useful as it sounds. Once again, I suppose this was all partly intentional, because by peeling away virtually anything that wasn't immediate plug-and-play action, Spiral House made a fantasy adventure with no distractions, no fluff or logistical tedium to obscure the core appeal of slaying monsters, looting chests, and enjoying the story. If the target audience were partly casual players, would they particularly care about antidotes and skill checks, armor piercing versus magical weapons, reputations, NPC reaction scores, basketball minigames, or whatever other features bloated full-price RPGs from both Occident and Orient? Some players just wanted to save the world, not grind slime monsters for 3 hours until they dropped an amulet of fire resistance. Still, though not overburdening one's cognitive faculties may have been a point in Silver's favour for some, it does bring us to areas of the game whose reception among the press leaned more towards the uniformly negative. Mechanical depth aside, one way in which the game had difficulty competing with its contemporaneous points of reference, late 90s role-playing games, was simply the amount of content available. Though as you play through it, Silver seems partially non-linear, by the time you've gathered the 8 orbs, there will only be a tiny sliver of missable content remaining, really just a handful of extra rooms and a few hidden chests. This gives it more of the Zelda vibe that very early impressions of Silver got from seeing the 1995 build, and there's certainly enjoyment to be had in revisiting an old area to find something cool. But even compared to 4th generation Zelda titles, which could involve flipping switches, moving things around, and breaking bits of the level apart, Silver's mostly non-interactive environments were somewhat infertile ground for, well, things to do. It could be argued this was true of many JRPGs at the point Tribe began development on the game, but even the SNES-era Final Fantasies had plenty of secrets to find hidden behind crates or phony walls. Besides, on release, most reviewers were not comparing Silver to an early to mid-90s console title, but to games like FF7, Baldur's Gate, or Fallout, and as you might imagine, it was difficult to compare the amount of content offered by Spiral House to that delivered by its rivals and think Silver came out the winner. Baldur's Gate, released only a few months prior, featured an entire city, 2 towns, and several villages to explore. Its overworld map included dozens of exterior locations and many more dozens of areas within them. It also promised countless NPCs, a dragon's horde of weapons, armor, and magic items, and in total was pegged at the time as potentially offering 50+ hours of entertainment. Similarly, what might have been seen as bloat in a title like Final Fantasy VII was to millions of console players the same thing that earned Square its crown as the king of epic RPG adventures. With a vast world to traverse traverse by land, sea, and air, thousands of monsters to fight, hundreds of accessories to acquire, dozens of spells and summons, a maximum level of 99, and countless minigames and collectibles, FF7, like Baldur's Gate, made Silver's 12 to 14-ish hours of playtime look rather paltry by comparison. PC gamers Michael Wolff, who was presumably speaking from personal experience, described Silver as like a date with Sandra Bernhardt. A lot of fun, but you won't want to spend the rest of your life with it. I had to look that particular reference up. She was some actress boomers wanted to have sex with, but the point was that without difficulty levels, or an obscenely lengthy main quest, or extensive optional content, the game didn't have much staying power. Whilst Silver was, technically speaking, in development a year or two longer than both BioWare's CRPG and Square's JRPG, it was also made by a team less than a quarter the size of FF7's 120-man development group, not to mention one with zero to minimal experience making RPGs of any kind. And though I've never seen official numbers for Silver's budget, I sincerely doubt it came anywhere near what at the time was the most expensive video game production in history. That the Final Fantasy series had more money and pre-existing expertise in RPGs behind it, or that Baldur's Gate was a dual studio 2D isometric title driven by abstracted stat-heavy combat rather than arcade action and 3D animations, didn't matter to the average player. They just knew from magazine reviews or word of mouth that Silver was merely a dozen or so hours long. Subjective as the concept might be, I don't think Silver really communicated that feeling of epicness as well as other big RPGs of the day did, which is somewhat ironic since both CRPGs and JRPGs of the late 90s had already started optimizing their experiences, prioritizing unique handcrafted content over copy-pasted 20-level dungeons or worlds filled with thousands of irrelevant NPCs. But Silver's dungeons and, loosely speaking, NPC hubs feel smaller and less content-rich than Final Fantasy or Baldur's Gate. 90% of each new area of Silver goes as following. You enter a screen, fight enemies, pick up the loot, and go to the next screen. Occasionally there is a chest which may or may not be accessible. Sometimes there are multiple exits, usually looping back round or linking an area that will be unlocked later. Eventually you get to a cutscene and continue on, or are teleported back to the rebel camp, where there's probably nothing to do. I'm not even sure I'd call areas with non-hostile characters in Silver hubs, exactly. The only reason you keep coming back to the rebel camp on your own initiative is to use the save point. Early on, the barracks in Verdante looks like it will be filled with interactable NPCs, but apart from the two merchants, this is all window dressing. Most of the other screens with NPCs are visited once, maybe twice, and never again, with the exception of the tavern in Rain. Like the barracks, this initially shows some promise, and unlike the barracks, there are in fact several interactable characters wandering around. But you'll exhaust all its content the first time you visit, and only pass through for story reasons on your second trip. Almost none of the places in Silver feel as big as Final Fantasy VII's, or even meet its rather low standard of interactivity in the form of bonus chests, secrets, subquests, or collectibles. Of all the locations in Silver, the Ice Palace feels the closest to an area from a 5th generation Final Fantasy game. And of course, compared to Baldur's Gate, the disparity in quantity speaks for itself. In several cases, even the sparsest of wilderness maps in the Canadian game probably has more to find than entire island realms in Silver. That each screen in Silver no doubt required extensive scripting and testing for its cutscenes and 3D action sequences was not on the mind of a typical player. Unfair as it is to compare, from a consumer's point of view, Spiral House were never going to deliver an adventure that could compete with some of their rivals. What they did achieve, or come close to, argued Eric Walpole and others, was creating a subgenre that, though not quite as dense or as intellectually stimulating as other RPGs, was undoubtedly fun. But coming to the last pillar of Silver's design was that Spiral House's sole intent. If we think back to the facts of its multi-year development cycle, again remember that for quite a while, up to late 1997-ish, the game was being designed as a point-and-click strategic adventure, with an emphasis on party combat and limited control over individual characters. In a very loose sense, the way this version of Silver has been described reminds me of another Infogrames or Infogram published RPG in development around the same time, French title Explore, which also adopted a real-time strategy-style point-and-click control scheme, though probably a bit faster than whatever Silver was originally going for. In any case, Spiral House never completely abandoned this element of strategy-oriented gameplay, and thus, even in the latter stages of production, Silver was being marketed as not only fun, but also retaining some of the tactical engagement that had originally been its focus. Granted, Edge Magazine's 1998 reference to Silver as the future shining force of PC RPGs exaggerated the extent to which strategy remained central to Spiral House's design philosophy. But, at least in theory, battles in the final product were still meant to blend solo slashing with some amount of party tactics. And on this point, reviewers were less enthusiastic in their praise of the game's combat. In fact, party control was almost universally criticised by the press. More or less every journalist from 1999 slammed Silver's awkward attempt at embracing real-time tactics. The only variance was in whether individual reviewers thought this stumble inconsequential, moderately annoying, or in the view of its harshest critics, having crippled the experience as a whole. The problem, reviewers argued, was that Silver's combat was too fast for group tactics, the friendly AI too stupid to be effective on its own, and the interface too unwieldy to facilitate controlling multiple characters in the midst of battle. As we've already covered, the fact the game's difficulty level is generally quite low, combined with post-battle revival, frequent food drops, and regenerating mana, meant it was hard to get too upset with your companions. Were it possible to remove David's sidekicks, I'd imagine you could solo the entire game without much trouble. But considering multi-character real-time combat was a selling point and central feature of Silver, in print reviews these issues did often end up listed next to the final score as major downsides to the experience. The solution most commonly proffered in the pages of said articles was for Spiral House to patch in a pause option, which, in an interview shortly after the European launch, Lee Clare promised would be included in both the American home computer version and the later Dreamcast port. Strangely enough, an auto-pause for the pie menu was indeed added to the North American release. Whether it was ever patched into the original, I'm not sure, but isn't present in the Steam and GOG releases most people will play today. Still, as Claire had promised, once the Dreamcast version arrived in mid-2000, players in both continents could enjoy Silver's battles with the benefit of some extra breathing space. And, thanks to this addition, on console the game can be a quite different experience. Many items and artifacts that I ignored in my PC playthrough found a use, in situations where I actually had time to think about them. The spell orbs especially got a lot more play, since their potential effectiveness combined with individual mana pools became a very attractive option when you're not wrestling with the menu in the middle of fights. Whilst the system isn't perfectly fluid, the pie menu seems to be disabled in the middle of certain animations, and you can still end up accidentally equipping the wrong gear or accidentally using a consumable. It made Silver feel somewhat closer to the party-driven game it was envisioned as. It seems odd that Spiral House didn't offer this as an option in the initial release, so my assumption is that they worried it would conflict with Silver's selling point as an instant action experience. Balancing complexity, interactivity, and excitement was a long-running problem for real-time multi-character RPGs, with the, at the time, recently released Baldur's Gate, for example, criticised by some reviewers for being too hard to play in real time and necessitating constant pausing and repositioning and sorting through menus to find spells and potions, undermining the entire premise of round-based real-time combat. So we can see both the benefits and drawbacks of revisions made to the Dreamcast version, where Silver does tend to feel less frantic and immediate with the pausing enabled. There were several boss fights that in the PC version were almost exhilarating, but on DC, where you could leisurely pop open the menu to cycle through special moves, spells, and consumables, these battles weren't so frustrating, but nor were they as memorable. Certainly this in itself would have appealed to some players who enjoyed carefully planning out and executing their strategies, but also reduces the number of boss encounters where the player is the last man standing, heroically striking the final blow against a fearsome foe. The best case scenario for party combat, in my opinion, was the final stretch of the game, which on PC I found slightly tedious due to the waves of high HP warriors and spell spamming wizards, but on Dreamcast was a bit more involving since swapping elemental orbs and ranged weapons back and forth between the party was a viable option. Whether on PC or Dreamcast though, companion AI is a constant conundrum. In many cases this is too complex an issue for a player to complain about other than saying it should be better. But there are more specific and fixable issues with party control too, most notably the lack of options regarding their default behaviour. Beyond setting how they choose targets and whether they revert to the catapult when out of ammo, there's not much you can do to customise the party's decision making. Whereas Baldur's Gate let players fine-tune their companions' behaviour through BG script, influencing whether they would independently make use of weapon swapping, withdraw from close combat, use spells or items, and so on, Silver's companions were quite dim. At the very least, the game should have let the player tell their party members to take specific actions when their mana ran low, when their HP hit a threshold, when their wand was recharging, and similar scenarios, and would have made leaving them to their own devices a viable option for less patient players. Spiral House's decision to permit players to get 2/3 of their party knocked out with no consequences to their experience or consumables undoubtedly spared them some nasty reviews, but was quite fairly pointed out by one or two magazines to constitute an admission of defeat for having failed to make a fully functional party combat RPG. It's not surprising that in post-release interviews, programmer Bobby Earl indicated that, in regards to Silver 2, the studio were considering dropping or paring back the companions in favour of focusing on controlling a single character. I assume with the implication that David's companions would be a sort of follower or support class. Considering with the sequel Spiral House were likely targeting a more mainstream audience over die-hard CRPG or JRPGers, it may well have been the correct choice. But it also would have reversed their progress in cementing a new subgenre of RPG, a mix of action and strategy, and probably ended up fairly similar to a typical action RPG or Zelda clone of the era. Taking into account the studio's relative inexperience in RPGs, some might argue they would have made a better game with that more modest target. But I think it's worth noting just how common it was for reviewers at the time of release to aver that Silver hadn't made any fundamental stumbles in its design, even in its most frequently criticised areas. Instead, many writers stated that they were looking forward to Spiral House tweaking or readjusting features like the party combat, not removing them. Some articles claimed online functionality would be patched into Silver after release, arena battles specifically, which would have certainly offered Spiral House a potential side grade. But all that aside, I think there was a path for single-player party combat too. With some fine-tuning of the interface and AI, Silver could have struck a balance between fun and accessible solo heroism and faintly challenging party tactics without falling into the trap of sluggish MMO-esque HP bloat and cooldown cycling that many multi-character ARPGs fall into. The same could be said of the game as a whole. Spiral House needn't have been so aggressive in tearing the guts out of stat-heavy role-playing games. Later titles in both the Final Fantasy series and more casual fantasy RPGs were able to retain some degree of character development and customization via skill trees of varying levels of complexity, and NPC interaction could have involved more than just dispensing quests without alienating casual players. Still, the original game game was close enough to the mark that it managed to score well among reviewers even in the midst of a particularly crowded release window for RPGs of various stripes. Though its developers regret that it launched a year or so too late to guarantee success, most professional critics and those players it did reach were fond enough of it at the time, and as illustrated by retrospectives, some remain so today. Unsurprisingly, however, it's not necessarily Silver's gameplay that's foremost in people's memories of the title, but rather its ambience. Silver's graphics were heavily influenced by evolving trends in technology and visual direction that were taking place from the mid to late 90s, whilst its audio work, artistically and on a practical level, was also a product of the country, the decade, and the platforms in and on which it was made. In the next section of the video, we'll therefore take a look at what those influences were. As we've seen already, it was Silver's fate that no matter how many times its developers denied being directly influenced by Final Fantasy VII, the game was always perceived to have evolved out of trends in the Japanese market, and from 1995 to 1999 and beyond, that same misapprehension held true for its visual style. Prior to the formation of Tribe and Warren Lancashire's project, Japanese role-playing games, or console RPGs as they were often dubbed by PC reviewers, were strongly associated with either top-down or isometric perspectives, as in the case of Final Fantasy or Zelda, or with pseudo-first-person modes for dungeon crawlers and some other titles like Phantasy Star, in both cases involving a clear visual separation between regular gameplay, combat, and sometimes even dialogue. Other common technological or artistic markers of the genre at this time were tile-based landscapes, what was often called anime aesthetics, and 2D sprites. But 4 or 5 years later, when Silver arrived alongside Valkyrie Studios' Septerra Core and previews of Ion Storm's Anachronox, the three games, though developed in the West, were viewed collectively as being reflections of changing standards in JRPGs. Graphics-wise, when it comes to the battle of tradition versus modernity, Silver was neither reactionary nor radical, as of this trifecta of late 90s to early 2000 Orientalist role-playing games, it took the most moderate approach. Whereas Septerra Core adopted a seemingly conservative, isometric 2D perspective that would have been very familiar to old-school console RPG fans, and Anachronox went full 3D with its id-Tech-powered characters, camera, and environments, Silver was a hybrid of 2D and 3D that, in 1995, commentators assumed was a technological advancement of the Zelda games, and then, when it reappeared a few years later, asserted was mimicking Final Fantasy VII. If we think back to how Silver was originally marketed, its disappearance in 1996, and how the industry had changed by the time Tribe temporarily re-emerged from their development cocoon in mid-1997, the reasons for this misunderstanding become a bit clearer. Journalists saw Tribe's game as the culmination of several years of iteration in JRPG graphics that began in the early to mid-90s and continued evolving throughout the latter stages of Silver's development, a time when console games were transitioning from 4th generation cartridge-based 16-bit consoles, like the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, to 5th generation 32 or 64-bit machines, such as the Saturn, Sony PlayStation, and N64. Just as in the West, Japanese role-playing games of this era were grappling with new storage formats like the CD-ROM, and more recognisably the growing popularity of 3D graphics, whether in the form of high-quality pre-rendered assets, or, as was becoming increasingly feasible on next-generation hardware, for real-time rendering. Around the time Silver entered production, various JRPG developers of the day were experimenting with 3D visual effects, pre-rendered 3D environments, pre-rendered FMV cutscenes, real-time polygonal landscapes, and even the occasional foray into 3D character models. For narrative convenience, Eastern RPG-oriented retrospectives often mark SIGGRAPH 1995, where Square debuted their real-time 3D Final Fantasy tech demo to the public as heralding the beginning of the 3D RPG era. It was around this same transition period that British and European journalists first received private showings of Silver, and reported back to their readership that Tribe's game seemed akin to some sort of 3D Zelda. Coincidentally, a few months after that demonstration, the genuine article would appear thanks to Nintendo's Christmas '95 reveal of Zelda 64, showcasing the series' protagonist engaged in a fully animated 3D sword fight. During the wilderness period of Silver's production, many more JRPGs making use of polygonal 3D began appearing on the radar of Western games journalists, culminating in their explosive entry into the mainstream with Final Fantasy VII. When, 1 year and a studio change later, Silver returned to the public eye, Spiral House's insistence that it was French adventure Heart of Darkness that had commandeered Silver's technological direction was ignored by most in the press, who noted its aesthetic similarities to Final Fantasy VII and cited that as having inspired the shift. But whether this misunderstanding sprang from spite, ignorance, or histographic license, it neither was nor is unreasonable for someone to take a glance at Silver's melding of fixed perspective, pre-rendered backgrounds with real-time polygonal character models, and mistakenly assume lineage from Square's game. And just as FF7's renders of Midgard and beyond helped define its vision of the world, so did Silver's environments dominate impressions of the game by both players and the press. Interestingly, though it was supposedly Heart of Darkness that drove Tribe to ditch tile-based landscapes, some of the statements I've read regarding Silver's development suggest there may have been, even further back, some sort of direct financial impetus for using pre-rendered 3D. But if Silver was the product of an international conspiracy, at least it led to background visuals that were, even in 1999, often quite spectacular. From the tranquil leafy clearing that surrounds David's riverside home, to the dismal cobblestone streets of occupied Rain, many scenes in Silver are like digital paintings that cover almost all the staples of high fantasy. Enchanted forests of sun-kissed canopies and bubbling brooks, wintry northern climes where the lakes freeze and the trees sag under crowns of heavy snow, and the dark citadels of the game's villains, all black stone and bloody rust sprouting giant spikes and shackles. Towards the end of the hero's adventure, you'll also see one or two more outlandish JRPG-style locations, Atro in particular being an unusual if underutilized otherworldly environ that, according to a quote I saw on the website, was inspired by H.R. Giger. Unfortunately, from the perspective of console players, these environments are where we run into the first casualty of the game's cross-platform development. The Dreamcast version of Silver wasn't entirely up to par in the pre-rendered department, as aside from the larger interface sometimes obscuring our view of the screen, the assets themselves are downgraded from PC. Although previews of the DC port made a great fuss about how the backgrounds would use the same resolution as those in the original release, it seems Spiral House pulled this off by making sacrifices in image quality. I'm not familiar enough with the Dreamcast to know whether it's due to the machine's raw horsepower or having to stream from GD-ROM, but the backgrounds in Silver's console port appear to suffer from compression artifacts. Whilst on some screens, usually those with flatter lighting and smaller environments, this is barely noticeable, you will encounter a lot of posterization in scenes with distant skies and far-off objects, or areas with a lot of shadowing. The first time this really hits you is the Library of No, which on PC has backgrounds with a lot of subtle lighting effects. But on Dreamcast, it looks as if the walls have caught some kind of nasty skin disease. It's not that artifacting is invisible in the original version, it's just not that noticeable, whereas on DC it does unfortunately detract a little from such lovely artwork. Just to double check this wasn't some kind of emulation issue, I peered at some high quality magazine scans and fuzzy videos of Silver running on original hardware, and you can just about spot these problems there. My guess is Spiral House thought it would be less of an issue, considering the Dreamcast was, in theory, a living room entertainment device. A typical console owner would be playing the game from all the way over on the couch, and wouldn't notice the degraded image quality on a TV. Still, to the team's credit, even on Dreamcast this visual noise is not as obvious in the background animations as I expected it to be, which is fortunate since on both platforms these add a lot of flavour to each screen. Numerous areas have rather pretty distractions like rivers, waterfalls, or elemental effects, which in the original PC and console releases was achieved by playing smacker video over the images. Here in a DC prototype build we can see what it looks like when that effect is broken. This applies to virtually all the animated background elements that aren't real-time particle effects. Although there are areas where the Dreamcast suffers in comparison, in both versions of Silver I was quite impressed at how well these animations were integrated with the static environments, both as looping features like fountains or magic auras, and as one-shot animations such as the arrival of the bathysphere. You don't get such a jarring transition to the real gameplay as occurs in many other titles using these techniques. In fact, Spiral House were perhaps a little too proud of these animations, as they spend a rather long time showing them off in the endgame. My only real complaint is that the pre-rendered animations are so good they made me wish they'd used them more extensively in, say, spell animations, and in the weather effects in places like rain. Though there is a distinct 90s console CGI look to the backgrounds, reminding me appropriately of Heart of Darkness or Little Big Adventure, and Eric Wolpaw felt they were too clean compared to Final Fantasies, I think it gives them a bit of charm. In the context of Wolpaw's criticism, the prison depths and penultimate endgame areas are the only locations that I found looked very flat and bland, too much rusty metal and the like. Of course, what really marked Silver out as being Final Fantasy-esque was in combining these pre-rendered environments with real-time 3D models, and whilst most reviewers did not react too negatively to this, at least when Silver first released, they weren't as enthusiastic about them as they had been towards the backgrounds. The reasons for this were a mix of technological progress and aesthetic tastes, as the large-limbed cast were quickly identified as belonging to both a specific era of graphics and a particular style of visuals. Looking at the concept art for Silver, one would assume that the game's characters had, like those of Septerra Corps, always been strongly influenced by Japanese media. The armor designs, for example, seem more classic Eastern than Western fantasy. Facial proportions have a manga or at least comic book tinge to them, and even the general costuming and accessory design seems like it was taken out of a JRPG. When I started writing this script, I was originally going to have a little aside here talking about 90s Japanese fantasy aesthetics and the wizardry anime from 1991 to illustrate how RPG art sometimes went back and forth between East and West. But I had to ditch all that because, as those of you who watched the opening to this video will recall, Silver's manga vibe is actually an illusion conjured up by Infogram's marketing team. According to Christian Johnson, none of this anime-esque art had anything to do with the game's development, and was in fact commissioned very late in production solely to, against the team's wishes, market Silver as an explicitly Japanese-influenced title. Though as we'll come back to, it seems Infogrames may have flip-flopped on this strategy a couple of times. Even so, Silver's allies and enemies were being crafted in the mid to late 90s with an eye for real-time polygonal 3D, targeting PC hardware that, for much of development, had not yet fully embraced 3D accelerator cards. According to the strategy guide, Tribe had originally experimented with somewhat realistic character designs, but like many teams working with early 3D, found that translating them to the final game just wasn't feasible. Although some RPG or RPG-light developers of the mid-90s did attempt to create polygonal models with detailed, realistic, and less stylized figures, dark fantasy titles like Scavenger's Into the Shadows, for example, or Metropolis's Witcher, the performance costs and practicality of using these in larger or more heavily populated scenes inevitably pushed most devs towards simplistic and exaggerated models. Hence, elements in Silver, though not quite as overstated as the bobble-headed heroes of Final Fantasy VII, characters are reduced to the most easily identifiable basics of their design: big weapons, simple colours, and inflated anatomies. Even before FF7's release, this visual style had already become strongly associated with the anime or chibi look. The Septerra Core team, for example, had themselves experimented with real-time 3D models during its early development in the mid-90s, and abandoned this approach for the aforementioned reasons. But by the time Silver's launch approached in early 1999, RPG-esque adventures using characters with closer-to-lifelike proportions were more widespread than before. Bethesda's Redguard from 1998, for example, Treyarch's Die by the Sword from the same year, Return to Krondor, which used a similar 3D on 2D approach as Silver, and most visibly in gaming magazines, corridor-bound shooter System Shock 2, which arrived just after Spiral House's game. Silver's models, with their spiky hair, giant eyes, and comparatively low polygon budget, stood out as Japanese or console-style figures. This all meant that when Silver finally released, both the immediate impression of these designs and their now well-entrenched guilt by association with cartoonish Eastern RPGs led many reviewers to characterize Silver's cast of heroes and villains as cutesy and colourful, quite the departure from Tribe's marketing in 1997, when they characterized the game's vibe as Gothic fantasy. That isn't to say the response was wholly and immediately negative. Several reviews remained neutral and hand-waved this as a standard feature of console-style RPGs. Others were impressed at seeing a role-playing game using true 3D graphics, where characters could present any angle to the camera and didn't warp or stretch distractingly as they approached and departed the foreground of a scene. In fact, a single magazine, Ultimate PC, bucked the trend of most reviewers and thought it was Silver's backgrounds that looked slightly dated, and the 3D models its most advanced feature. The fate Tribe feared back when they saw Heart of Darkness in the mid-90s, that their own game was going to look embarrassingly old by the time it released, seems to, at first, have been mostly avoided thanks to their revised visual direction. But it was certainly not considered cutting edge, and did result in a small minority complaining of issues with consistency. That humanoid figures in the pre-rendered backgrounds had completely different proportions to the in-game characters, particularly noticeable in areas with statues or paintings. To be fair, other 3D on 2D titles had used a similar approach, exaggerated NPCs combined with ultra-realistic background figures, and classic 4th generation JRPGs also had this issue of flipping between cartoony and naturalistic proportions, but it was criticised by some reviewers all the same. And the use of 2D portraits for party members and NPC dialogue, drawn in a way matching neither the pre-rendered graphics nor the real-time models, was also cited as contributing to Silver's diluted artistic direction. I myself was kind of taken out of the game by how weird the portraits for the pirate NPCs looked, thinking they'd been lifted directly from the original Monkey Island or something, though I imagine they're probably representations of real people. That broader complaint of clashing art styles could certainly be extended to the marketing material leading up to release, as Silver was sometimes promoted with what magazines referred to as anime or manga-like character art, sometimes with the 3D models, and closer to release, with the darker and highly realistic pre-rendered CGI model of David that was done outside the development team. Although I have no evidence, I suspect these later renders to have been done in order to market Silver on PC as a more gritty or mature, perhaps even more Western kind of RPG than its JRPG-esque visuals implied, which was a fairly common advertising strategy at the time and I think reflected consumer tastes. Though, as we saw, they appear to have retreated slightly from this for the Dreamcast release. If I had to guess, I'd risk that Infogrames had settled on marketing Silver as a Western Final Fantasy in mid-1998. But then, closer to release determined that PC role-playing games were by this point more influenced by dark fantasy. Remember, this would have been when games like Betrayal at Krondor, Baldur's Gate, and previews of Diablo 2 were swimming about. But then, when the Dreamcast launch approached, again had to adjust the marketing for a more console RPG and anime-friendly demographic. Taking a glance at Christian Johnson's very early concepts for Silver 2, which I'm assuming was targeting the PS2 or Xbox, and you'll recall he was later told to downplay in favour of a sci-fi look, and it seems like infograms and hardware limitations had the nascent franchise constantly ping-ponging between different visual styles. And lightly adding to this jumble of aesthetic approaches was the obscure Japanese version of the game, which featured a unique piece of cover art by Transformers artist Junichi Nakamura, though most players wouldn't have seen this. But clashing art styles was hardly an uncommon feature of games at the time. The major issue with Silver's 3D models in 1999 was that, as we saw at the start of the video, they just didn't quite hold up over time as well as the pre-rendered art. What might have seemed passable in March 99 was, over the course of a few months, rendered dangerously passé. When Silver first arrived, even on PC, Final Fantasy VII had already been out for around a year, or a year and a half when Silver hit North America, and blocky polygonal heroes with big heads and spiky hair weren't looking so fresh. Final Fantasy VIII, and its more detailed and lifelike 3D style, made it to the US the same month as Silver did, and its PC port arrived early the next year, at which point some American publications still hadn't yet reviewed Silver. Finally, the game's Dreamcast launch came concurrently with the Japanese release of Square's swan song to the PlayStation, Final Fantasy IX, which featured a traditional fantasy look much closer to Silver than its predecessors had used, and was already being promoted all over English-language multi-platform magazines. Whilst Silver undoubtedly benefited from the fact the Final Fantasy series was invariably delayed on PC and absent from Dreamcast, neither players nor critics were ignorant of how quickly the 7th game's 3D graphics were being left in the dust, even on the same hardware as it had launched. Hence references in reviews, only occasional upon Silver's European release, but more common thereafter, to it looking dated or simplistic, or a slur of the greatest offence in console magazines, as last gen. Thus, whilst PC format would describe Silver's polygonal cast as impressive and animated with both clarity and agility, it was not unusual to see magazines with multi-score ratings tagging Silver's graphics much lower than any of the other categories, usually attacking not the backgrounds but rather the 3D work. PC Accelerator were aghast at the character models, calling them both ugly and blocky as hell, which is admittedly an extreme example of negativity from the mainstream reviews, but terms like blocky, rough, or jaggy reappear numerous times in online articles, whose authors could be less diplomatic than print journalists. CNET's William Harms, for example, asserted that some of the models ranged from horrifyingly simplistic to laughable, and joked that he doubted any of the character models were made up of more than 4 polygons apiece. Less egregious criticisms came from Game Informer, who argued that Silver's 3D models were dwarfed by the lush and detailed environments in which they resided, and Edge, who suggested the character models could, under certain circumstances, sometimes look blobby and amorphous. A few other publications, covering both the PC and Dreamcast versions, also complained that NPCs could look somewhat indistinct or ambiguous when they were too far from the camera. Personally, I was quite surprised by these latter comments when I first read them, but thinking harder, I do recall cases in which, where placed into larger environments, combatants could sometimes turn into a muddle of colours, and I was forced to go off the damage numbers to figure out what was going on. On the whole, though, I think William Harms' complaint complaints, though they have a ring of truth to them, are a bit dismissive of the positives of Silver's visual language. To be sure, by 99, Silver's models were hardly pushing the boundaries of 3D graphics. Numerous magazines claimed they were at least better than those of Final Fantasy VII, but I'm not sure I entirely agree with that. Whilst the Japanese game did put considerable focus on its chibi models for general gameplay and cutscenes, it also switched to higher quality assets for the enclosed battle arenas. I didn't do a mathematical comparison of the polygon count or anything, but comparing some of the monsters in the two games, like demons, FF7's look a bit more detailed than those appearing in Silver's packed screens. Still, as funny as it might be to count the triangles on some of the more simplistic designs, one thing you can say is that in ideal circumstances, almost all of the allies and enemies in Silver are easy to spot, and in many cases communicate their role in combat in a microsecond. At close or medium distance, I can't recall a single instance of confusing the blue-clad, red-haired Vivienne with the green leotard and dark complexion of Sekuni, or the colourful Chiaro with the hulking Jug. And in regards to foes, within a moment of seeing them, I usually knew which enemies were going to be spellcasters and which were warriors, or when a boss was winding up a special attack. It is true, though, that Silver's 3D aesthetics are so simplified that there are times I genuinely can't work out what, outside of their combat roles, some of these enemies are supposed to be. David himself might have had an unusually detailed facial texture, which PC Gamer complained was uncomfortably reminiscent of Dawson's Creek star James Van Der Beek, but the hostile inhabitants of Jara were assigned such a tiny polygon and texture count you can't always be sure of what fantasy archetype they're standing in for. Sure, a giant fishman is obvious, or a skeleton, or an imp and its variants, but I'm at a loss as to what these plague creatures are supposed to be modelled on. Are they meant to be clawed mutants, or lizard men, or demons, or aliens, or what? And some of Silver's elite guards are so low detail that they look almost like robots. Final Fantasy VII, whilst also guilty of some laughably over-optimized enemy models, at least leaned into its limitations and managed to give each of its hundreds of monster types a lot of personality. On the subject, in the context of the early real-time 3D timeline, I do find it funny how titles like FF7 and Silver helped contribute to the idea of exaggerated character models being synonymous with whimsy and childishness. As Silver was in development, Ecstatica 2's developers, and some other mid-90s dark fantasy games, went to great lengths within the confines of their age ratings to demonstrate all the violent and provocative acts that would be inflicted on their friendly-looking ellipsoid NPCs. How different things might be today if the bobblehead and balloon era had become associated with dismemberment and depravity instead. Art direction and tone aside, one or two reviewers opined that Silver's 3D on fixed background approach actually had practical downsides. I saw some reviews argue that controlling party members in Silver could be difficult because you weren't sure which direction they were facing, likening the problem to playing the Resident Evil titles. Though this complaint was fairly rare, and I think more of an issue on the Dreamcast, where you have no mouse cursor to orient your avatars. And whether because they were too small or too simplistic, an additional negative of the models, argued Edge magazine, was that they served as a poor substitute for the full-motion video storytelling embraced by the CD-ROM games of this era. Although not as swift to embrace the benefits of the compact disc as the PC or specialist hardware, the 5th generation of consoles quickly embraced the trend of stuffing CDs with pre-rendered CGI cutscenes, enabling a more spectacular and cinematic way of delivering the narrative. Silver's story is introduced with an atmospheric opening movie that reminds me of early marketing references to it being a more Gothic style of fantasy, and eventually transitions to a full-on action sequence showing Silver's battle with his ancient nemesis. But putting aside the telescope in the Library of No, this is the last time players will watch a full pre-rendered cutscene up until the game's finale, which is mostly landscape shots with no identifiable characters from the game. I'll come back to why I think that is later on in the video. Whilst disparities in budget no doubt played a part here, as usual critics and consumers were not inclined to consider development costs in evaluating the range of full-price products competing for their attention, and some would give Silver a light tongue-lashing for its decision to impart the story via in-game cutscenes. Edge, for example, felt the potential emotive power of the rebels' quest to rescue their womanfolk was lost thanks to it being told through static camera angles and cartoonish 3D models waving their arms about like puppets. On the other hand, dissenters, such as surprisingly PC Gamer US, took up a talking point from the game's marketing and spun this as a pro, arguing this seamless transition between gameplay and dialogue might be preferable to cutting back and forth from in-engine to FMV scenes. Visually, I thought the cutscenes were passable. The characters don't seem to be as fully animated as those dancing, skipping, and hopping across FF7 screens, nor does Spiral House seem to have as strong a grasp of physical comedy as Square did. But they're alright at showing off some of the environments, making some of the boss monsters seem more menacing than their in-game performance would attest to, and whilst you wouldn't notice it today, reviewers of the day commended the engine for being able to support so many 3D models on screen at once. In truth, Spiral House cheated a bit here, as some scenes with large crowds are actually achieved by swapping out the backgrounds for the on-interactive cutscenes. But what was equally, or perhaps even more important than the technological side of storytelling, was the audio work. And that's an aspect of Silver the majority of reviewers were more positively inclined towards than the graphics. Like a lot of games of the day, it sounds as if Silver is making use of stock sound libraries, as you'll recognise some of the background chatter, screams, monster roars, and similar commonly used SFX. I'm generally not bothered by that sort of thing, but I did see a couple of comments complaining about the generic audio samples taking them out of the action. Most reviewers, however, thought Silver's use of sound very effective, and unlike with the visuals, didn't qualify their praise with equivocation over certain aspects being substantially weaker than the package as a whole. Aside from the invigorating effect of hearing the peal of steel on shields and the thunderous explosions of magic, Silver does a great job integrating the sound with its arcade action gameplay. A chime will play when the cooldown on special moves expires, whilst bosses will frequently presage their most damaging attacks with a screech or roar of some sort. A bit monkey see, monkey do, I suppose, which might further annoy players who are drawn in by the marketing of Silver as a semi-tactical experience, but if you enjoy brawlers and such, it enhances that side of the experience. In addition, though as a general rule Silver prefers to set the tone of most areas with its soundtrack, there are quite a few deliberate cases of a screen being totally silent other than the crackle of magic or some other background noise, and one or two areas have no music at all, just the howl of wind or chittering denizens of the dark. Now, in terms of the Dreamcast version, it sounded to me as if the game was using slightly more heavily compressed audio files than the PC release, with more obvious tinniness, for example, but it's nowhere near as obvious as the issue with the backgrounds we mentioned earlier, and still sounds great overall. Of course, by 1999 it was a bit late to market an RPG on having lots of sound effects. But what was still something of a selling point at the time was dialogue and cutscenes being fully voice acted, and players from the UK in particular will probably already have recognised one or two of the actors who lent their talents to the game.
How touching. Women are far too weak.
Then the men who prey on them must be cowards.
Why are you in such a hurry to die? Guards, stay here and see that they get their wish.
Hey, Doc! Who's the elf?
Surely you wouldn't use your sword to puncture my innocent wee friend. Oh, dear me. It's worse than I thought.
What?
My sanitary.
Sanity?
Yes. I knew you'd understand.
You were right, David. I like her already. I could have killed you! No, just raised his voice another octave.
I'm sorry, sire.
Stop sniveling!
Annoyingly, neither Infogrames UK nor their American division seem to have listed the cast in either the in-game credits, or the manuals, or the strategy guide. It's actually easier to find the cast for the European localizations, so I have to rely on preview material, IMDb, or playing it by ear. The most famous British thespian the team were able to acquire was Doctor Who star Tom Baker, who narrates the game's introduction and does a wonderful job of imbuing the story with a sense of gravitas.
As time passes, each lifetime harvests the forces of good and evil inherent in human nature. But nature is volatile. This book chronicles an age when the natural balance was disrupted, when men bowed down to oblivion and a terrifying evil was unleashed.
Unfortunately, Baker was almost certainly also the most expensive member of the cast, and you won't hear much from him for the rest of the game. He's sadly absent even from the ending movie. Interestingly enough, I read an interview with an Eidos dev stating Baker's agent was refusing all video game roles at that time, which lends some credence to Lee Clare's story that Baker only agreed because Silver's producer had stumbled into him at a local pub. One of many examples from the era of the power wielded behind the scenes by members of the Inebriati. The game's secondary antagonist, Fuge, was also played by a veteran UK actor, though I misidentified which one due to just how distinctive he sounded.
Congratulations. You've proved quite annoying for third-generation dregs. But now you're becoming tiresome.
Then I'll ease your torment and end it quickly.
When I first heard this character, I was convinced it was Blake Seven's Paul Darrow, who played other villainous video game roles in contemporaneous dark fantasy titles like Death Trap Dungeon and Medieval. But not for the first time, I was in error, as Fuge is actually voiced by TV and movie star Richard Ridings, who players might recognise as the voice of your mentor in the Dungeon Keeper series, and is still very active in game VA today.
So, this is where you've been hiding. It's ironic that it's duty that finally compels me to finish what I started all those years ago.
I think most people would agree Fuge's VA makes him one of the most memorable villains in the game, even more so than Silver himself, who's played by TV actor James Taylor and sounds very weak and wheezy, which is appropriate to the story but makes him sound more creepy than menacing.
And the orb, is it safe?
I don't know.
What? How can you not know? Retaliate and I will kill you. Your lineage will mean nothing.
And David's grandfather is played by another frequent flyer when it comes to game VA, Robbie Stevens, whose performance wonderfully embodies the character's warmth, pride, regal bearing, and curmudgeonliness all at once.
I'm not as young as I used to be. I can't force the door open.
Step aside. Let me try.
Fortunately for you, I must have stressed the lock when I forced the door myself.
Yes, grandfather.
The rest of the heroes and villains also seem to be mostly British TV stars, some of whom went into VA work, but David himself is played by Quint Bower, who was born in the UK but was of Canadian parentage and was typically hired for his North American accent.
Look behind you.
So you can run. Have you no dignity?
Trust me, you really should look behind you.
Please, your diversion is farcical.
Reviewers were widely appreciative of Silver's voice acting, with the only exception being a few criticisms directed at David's wife, Jennifer, who was accused of sounding bored or spaced out by a few journalists.
Oh, I didn't hear you get up.
I wanted to practice with Grandfather, but you look so peaceful I didn't want to wake you.
Have you eaten? You'll need to keep healthy to have any chance of beating him.
I will.
But what most impressed reviewers of the day was neither the SFX nor the VA work, but Silver's soundtrack, which was nominated for various industry awards after release and remains popular among fans. Composed by Ocean veteran Dean Evans, Silver's soundtrack was, according to interviews, not inspired by any particular work, but rather the loosely defined epic Hollywood style. Lee Clare did give a bit more context on Silver's website, stating that rather than the standard approach of just asking for general information on the levels and composing tracks based on the theme of each, Evans had requested to see all of Silver's concept sketches and promo art, so as to try and personalise the music a little more. Evans' work certainly deserved the praise it received from reviewers and industry award bodies, as whilst there are one or two action tracks that can get slightly repetitive, otherwise the music is phenomenal, evoking heroic sacrifice at times and gentle tranquility at others. As with the general audio, Silver's OST makes use of sample libraries, probably the most recognisable being the chanting in the intro and exit movies, but whatever the equipment used, it's obvious that most tracks hit that epic fantasy feel right on target. On his YouTube channel, Evans himself proudly relates how, upon watching Lord of the Rings for the first time, his wife remarked how similar Howard Shore's score was to Evans' own. Unfortunately, on the Dreamcast, the soundtrack is another aspect of the game damaged by the transition from PC to console. Converted by Ray Schulman, the DC tracks had to be optimized for the Dreamcast's audio hardware, resulting in a mix of the original work and portions recreated on its custom Yamaha chip. This results in some of the songs being quite close to the originals all the way through, but many others randomly segueing into simpler, more electronic sounding sections. Side by side, the Dreamcast version probably sounds quite dated to someone who's never heard it before, but it's always important to keep in mind this is the music quite a lot of Silver's fans are more familiar with, and if you look at pages where the PC soundtrack is posted, there's always a few comments from people confused about where the real songs are. Putting technological limitations to one side, I could kind of see how, as with Final Fantasy VII's PS1 soundtrack, you could appreciate the quote-unquote primitive feel of the Dreamcast score as this otherworldly, surrealist fairy tale 80s synth-esque spin on the music, as if it were handled by Tangerine Dream or something. Either way, that's the version of the soundtrack many people remember or grew up with in some cases, and I doubt they'll be changing their minds about which they prefer. Now, we haven't yet completely finished looting Silver fans' memories of the game, but before we move on to the last part of the retrospective, let's talk about how to play it today. Having been launched multiple times and on 3 different machines, there are more than a few variants of Silver that one could hypothetically get their hands on. The least accessible releases are obviously the retail discs from '99. There was, at minimum, the Spring '99 UK release, the European localizations of around the same time, the modified North American version from a few months afterwards, and the Japanese PC release published by Sega. Comparing these is a bit messy. The UK and European versions are technically different to the American one to the degree that there are some gameplay modifications, like the auto pause and extra save points, plus they all have different sets of bugs and glitches, some of which required you to download save games from Infogram's support, and the US patch doesn't work with the British and European releases. There also seems to have been a Windows XP patch provided later on, but I'm not sure if this was packaged with later retail copies. I don't really know anything about the specifics of the Demon King of Silver White, as it was dubbed in Japan, other than that it was probably based on the US version, and as mentioned earlier, doesn't appear to have been localized into Japanese. As for the old retail Macintosh port, I wasn't able to find much info on it. There are CDR images floating around, but even if I had a legal copy, I'm too lazy to look into Mac emulation without a good reason. In any case, a typical player probably wouldn't want to touch that or the aforementioned PC versions anyway. I got the American retail version working on PCEM emulator, seeing as how, if I recall correctly, Silver doesn't require 3D acceleration, supposedly it just made the shade on the characters look better if you had it enabled. It might work on VirtualBox as well, but I didn't think it worth going through the trouble to check. Of course, there's also the Dreamcast port of Silver, the details of which I covered in previous sections. As of writing, the only way to play this is to get the original GD-ROMs, purchased legally from your local electronics boutique, of course, and play it on the original hardware or one of the numerous DC emulators out there. I played through the entire game on Flycast, with a couple of minor issues I'll come to in a minute, and I've seen full playthroughs of Silver on other emulators, so this is certainly an option. What most people who want to play Silver are probably looking at, however, is THQ Nordic's digital re-release. I believe there used to be 2 distinct versions of this, the original launch on GOG and a remastered version on Steam, but the GOG version has since been updated. Now, according to statements by THQ Nordic, the remastered version is based on the North American retail discs, but if so, that's strange because Silver on GOG and Steam is missing, for example, the auto pause mechanic from the US release. Even so, there are a few interesting features features added to Silver's remastered release worth mentioning, for both good and bad reasons. Aside from standard stuff like proper support for modern Windows and Linux and compatibility with various display types, a few experimental features were added, a couple of which were then removed. Due to the pre-rendered backgrounds, Silver cannot be run in widescreen mode, only stretched, or rendered at high resolutions, but you can choose some filtering options in the main menu. By default, this seems to be set to smooth, which isn't 1:1, but looked fine to me and is what I used throughout this video. You can also choose Pixel Perfect, or set it to Smart, which looks like some kind of brute force upscaling filter that a few other remasters of retro games use. I'm definitely not a fan of it myself. The remastered version also more or less does away with the slightly lengthy loading screens from the original release, so you should only have to wait when using the fast travel from the map screen. As for temporary changes, from what I've read online, THQ also added a number of extra save points throughout the game, but apparently there were some bugs with these and they were removed, so I believe at this stage the number of chroniclers is pretty much the same as it was in the US release of Silver. Another related addition made to the remastered version was quick saving, which was welcomed by many players and would undoubtedly have pleased reviewers back in '99. However, this feature turned out to cause problems of its own, with quick saving during scripts causing them to bug out and break the game, and was disabled in a patch. The option can be reactivated using a hack, but according to some posts I read, is recommended for use only in scenes where it's obvious nothing special is going on. In terms of the overall stability of this version, I personally only ran into one CTD and one softlock. The crash triggered on a particular screen in rain and only happened when I was coming back to this area after the rebel attack near the start of the game. I ran through this screen multiple times throughout the rest of the game and it never happened again, but the same thing occurred at exactly the same time and place on the Dreamcast version, which suggests to me there may be some scripting bug related to enemy spawns, and that this is changed once you reach a certain point in the story and thus doesn't re-emerge. So worth keeping in mind if you're heading to rain and haven't saved in a while. The only other major bug I noticed was right at the end of the game, when one of the spellcasting creatures refused to die and prevented the game from continuing. I suspect this is related to using the Time Orb spell on them in combination with triggering their death animation. On Dreamcast I did encounter an additional issue, which is that the ranged targeting seems prone to going crazy when locked onto teleporting enemies, and in one case I think targeted an invisible script-related entity outside the game space, making David think he was still in combat and requiring a reload. Another oddity I noticed by looking at the different versions, which may or may not be related to bugs, is that the US release running in PCEM, the Dreamcast port running in Flycast, and the remastered digital version all have slightly different SFX in places, most noticeable on the special attacks and transparency effects. Invisible chests, for example, look to me a bit fancier in the US and Dreamcast builds. On the subject, I spotted at least one case of the DC version having fixed a small bug that was still present in, or introduced by, the remaster. The fountain here is inanimate in THQ Nordic's version, despite the sound of flowing water, but works perfectly on the Dreamcast. I speculated this issue might not have been in the original PC release because the remaster does seem to have added at least one other movie-related problem of its own, the FMV opening, which both myself and several people in the support forums found seems to break down after Tom Baker starts narrating. This didn't happen on the Dreamcast or the US version in PCEM, so I'm guessing THQ mishandled something, perhaps an audio codec? As embarrassing as it might be for the opening to be bugged, that covers pretty much all the downsides of the remaster. Like I said, aside from the rain crash and the unkillable mook, everything else worked perfectly fine for my playthrough. So, all's good with the modern PC release available online, right? Wrong. At least if you've committed the offence of not being an English speaker. Apparently, THQ Nordic fumbled patching the European localizations of Silver, which meant these versions of the remaster suffered or suffer from random intermittent crashes that grow more frequent as you get further into the main quest. Supposedly, this was hotfixed on Steam, but, at least according to some posts I saw from 2024, remains present in the foreign language GOG releases. If you're watching this video, you probably speak enough English to be playing the English language version, but if not, you should check the forums. One post states that it can be fixed by downgrading to a slightly earlier update, but that you'd have to restart the game from scratch. Lastly, it seems one bug from the original releases may or may not have slipped into the remaster. There are several threads from both 99 and later years claiming that a bell-ringing puzzle in Rain is either non-functional or needs absolutely perfect timing to pull off, purportedly due to refresh rate or internal timing issues. I personally had no problems with it on PC or Dreamcast. I just followed the instructions, paid attention to the audio-visual cues, and got it after a couple of tries. Now, considering the difficulty of acquiring a Dreamcast copy of Silver, plus the fact it's using lower quality assets in places, you would assume that for most people the remaster is the optimal choice, but there are some points in favour of emulating the DC port. The first is controller support. Like I said, I actually found it a little fiddlier to pull off combat moves and ranged attacks using an Xbox pad, but the fact the Dreamcast version is built around this control scheme would certainly attract people who prefer that sort of experience. The second pro is the auto-pause feature. Although I don't think Silver is a difficult game, players who wanted to get into the more tactical side of combat, or are afraid they'll be frustrated by the real-time party controls, will undoubtedly prefer playing Silver this way. The third benefit is the fact that on emulator you have access to save states. I briefly messed around with these and they seemed to work fine on Flycast, but I stuck with regular memory card saves for my playthrough, so I can't be sure. And the last benefit, somewhat hypothetical, is future compatibility. Whilst Silver currently works on Windows 11, even on GOG there's no guarantee this will always be the case. At some point someone will need to update it once we're all on Windows 15 or Grok OS or whatever. Keep in mind that Mac compatibility, for example, was added to the remaster but then lost again. In that situation, or if you can't even get it working today, Dreamcast emulation may one day be your only option for experiencing Silver. So, now I've equipped potential customers with all of the information they need to decide if Silver's worth playing, let's move on to the last part of the retrospective. In the lead up to release, marketing for Silver was slightly torn on what sort of narrative the game would deliver, with some promotional material characterizing it as a wholesome and whimsical tale with all the classic tropes of heroic fantasy, but other advertisements portraying Jara as a dark, even gothic setting, full of horrific monsters held at bay by uncompromising violence, setting David up as some sort of avenging angel cleaving his way through the darkness. The right side of vengeance, as the tagline put it. In the next section, then, we'll go over Silver's story and decide which of those two was closer to the truth. To those that live in this world, there is only the water and the wheel. The water is endless, but the wheel is Jara, 8 islands of men, magic, and monsters. At the hub of the wheel is Haven, a realm made pure and uncorruptible, and radiating out from it 7 other isles, each of its own temperament and character, and each beyond Haven's light. Whilst darkness cannot touch the centre of the wheel, the sister isles at its rim reflect the eternal struggle between good and evil staged in the hearts of men. For as long as humanity can recall, these twin forces have battled for supremacy over the island realms. At times, sin in ascendancy, then virtue, no side ever fully dominating the other. Thus, over the eons has great misery been inflicted on Jara. Cities gripped by great sea beasts and dragged beneath the waves, magical plagues twisting men into fiends, a whole realm cursed to on death. But so too have the forces of goodness had their time, breaking the hold of tyrants, sealing away corruption, and founding new civilizations dedicated to peace and learning. Thus a balance of life and death, a never-ending conflict between the pure and impure, Yet for the past 999 years, that cycle has been inert, frozen in a state of perpetual darkness by the will of a single man, Silver. Possessed of black magic beyond that of other mortal wizards, Silver holds all of Jara in the grip of a night everlasting. Through peerless sorcery and Kabbalic pacts, Silver rose to power hundreds of years ago, destroying his opponents and declaring himself emperor. The warlock raised armies of weak-minded brutes and beasts, led by the most treacherous and depraved of his lieutenants, who soon conquered much of the 8 realms. Only Haven, inaccessible to Silver and those stupid, cowardly, or cold-hearted enough to serve him, remained entirely free of this taint. Silver established his court upon the Blood Isle of Metalon, extending his life far beyond its natural limits with spells and sacrifices, appointing his children, the Ice Witch Glass and the brutal warrior wizard Fuge, as his chief agents in the Empire. Almost nothing was beyond the Emperor's reach, yet even with an entire world at his disposal, and innumerable souls upon whom he might slake his cruel desires, Silver lusted for even greater power, projecting himself into the abyssal realms beyond Jara to bargain with the chaotic powers there. As the 1000th anniversary of his rule approached, the Emperor's blood ran so black and cold that no mere mortal craving could inflame it. Silver's beautiful wife, deprived of his affections, found comfort in the arms of the Emperor's only rival, the warrior Nemesis, and the two became lovers. When Silver learned of the affair, he finally rediscovered a means of taking pleasure from the woman, strangling her to death with his bare hands, savouring both the act of inflicting pain and the knowledge it would drive his rival to take revenge. But Nemesis was no simpleton, and rather than striking directly at the Emperor's palace, sought some advantage that would allow him to catch Silver unawares. It was the artist Reuben, an acclaimed painter of no small magical ability himself, who provided Nemesis with the means to seek retribution. Reuben staged a grand exhibition in Metalon that chronicled the events of the Emperor's life, a vile biography that would undoubtedly prove an irresistible attraction to Silver's boundless vanity. The Emperor fell for the deception, attending the opening with his offspring and a handful of elite guard, whereupon he instantly disintegrated Reuben for no reason besides childish whim. Perusing the paintings, Silver arrived at the last item in the exhibition, an image of Nemesis, and was caught off guard as Reuben's magical canvas came to life, crackling with arcane energies and discharging the Emperor's old enemy from its ensorcelled frame. Wounding Fuge and beheading one of Silver's elite guards, Nemesis almost slew his rival, but was caught by the Emperor's magic and seemingly blasted into the ether, leaving Silver free of any who might ever oppose him. Across the oceans of Jara, however, the people of Verdante know little of events in the Emperor's court. Though subjects of the Empire, the people of this island are mostly ignored by Silver and his armies, and face more pressing concerns in the form of bandits and monsters. Living on the outskirts of Verdante's great forest lies the home of a family who know only too well the dangers of this land. The recently married David and Jennifer live in a small riverside abode, finding what happiness they can in a land only lightly touched by Silver's tyranny. David's grandfather also lives with the couple, a former knight of some mystery and acclaim, who began training the young man after his father was murdered by a nameless cutthroat. Though impetuous and prideful and easily stirred to anger, David pays heed to his grandfather's lessons, knowing the value of a heart dedicated to goodness and heroism. Yet the comparative safety of remote Verdante comes to a sudden end with the arrival of Silver's son, Fuge, who sails into the island's port with his personal guard and demands every woman of childbearing age be taken to Metalon to be presented as potential brides for the recently widowed emperor. As Silver's guards herd the wives and daughters of Verdante onto the Imperial galleon, Fuge begins searching the rest of the island to round up the remaining women. He soon arrives at the home of David and Jennifer, whereupon he bandies cryptic taunts with David's grandfather and leaves with Jennifer as his prize, ordering guards to kill the rest of the family. Overcome with rage, David slaughters his way through the Imperial soldiers and battles his way to the port, but finds Fuge's galleon already sailing away. 2 elderly townsfolk remain, in fear for the fate of their granddaughter, and inform David that the Duke of Verdante has rallied all the men still able to swing a sword and led them towards Haven, where they believe they might organize a rescue party. Though the galleon carrying the woman will undoubtedly be forced to stop for supplies before reaching Metalon, neither David nor his grandfather have any inkling of the ship's first port of call, and decide to follow the Duke, hoping he might know its destination. The 2 men killed dozens more of the Emperor's men en route to Haven, carving their way straight through the barracks guarding the pathway to the 8th Isle, but the Imperial forces are relentless and without number. Only when David passes into Haven proper do the soldiers break off their assault, driven away by the protective energies surrounding the island. Heading into Haven's woodlands, David and his grandfather encounter the rebels, who are as ignorant of the galleon's whereabouts as they, but the Duke suggests heading to the observatory tower on the island of No, from where they will undoubtedly be able to track the ship. Travelling to the Grand Library on No, David and his grandfather discover from a frightened professor that much of the complex has been magically sealed due to one of the researchers, Tyrannus the Diabolist, having accidentally opened a rift to the demon realms. The professor asks them to rescue Tyrannus and promises to return with allies. In the lower observatory, the pair find the errant Diabolist, but as he begins unsealing the library, Fuge arrives, having been ordered by the Emperor to track down David and his grandfather and execute them for treason. David's grandfather tells David to flee and attacks Fuge, but is swiftly cut down. Tyrannus, still using his magic to seal off Fuge and parts of the Grand Library, tells David that until the Demon Rift is closed, the observatory remains inaccessible. David descends into the caves beneath, encountering the alchemist Professor Bazooki and his tame imp, Frink, then continues on to the site of the rift, which is controlled by a devilish incubus. After slaying the demon and sealing the rift, David and the arriving rebels use the observatory and spot the galleon headed for Rain, a city once cursed by Silver to suffer endless downpours that flooded portions of the lower town. David and the Duke lead an assault on Rain, with David accompanied by the rebels' best archer, the warrior Sekuni. Though the group storm the city and break through the occupying soldiers, they are too late to stop the galleon sailing for Metalon. Both David and another of the rebels, William, are furious and blame the Duke for waiting too long to prepare the attack. But with more of Silver's men arriving to reinforce the town, the rebels are forced to flee back to Haven. As they return to the camp, Professor Bazooki sends word that the ancient Temple of the Oracle has reawakened, an event that always presages some great danger to the world. In the temple, David and the Duke learn that Silver has struck a bargain with the chaotic god Apocalypse, promising to act as the destructive entity's emissary in return for virtually unlimited power, and that if this were to come to pass, Silver would bring Jara to its annihilation. The Oracle warns that Silver's black sorcery already renders him far beyond the martial or magical skills of mortals, and that the only means of stopping him is to harness the arcane powers of 8 elemental orbs, which were crafted over 3,000 years ago by an elder race facing a similar threat from the dark. The Oracle is permitted to reveal only the location of the first orb, that of Fire, which resides back in Rain in the tower of the hermit wizard Orthias, and provides the rebels with a horn that will dispel the enchantments protecting the tower. The rebels agree that whilst David and Sekuni seek out the orbs, the Duke and his men will continue to strike at Silver's forces in the hope of disrupting and distracting them. Orthias, trusting the Oracle's word, agrees to give up the fire orb to the rebels, but has no knowledge of where the remaining 7 might be found, encouraging the party to search Rain and the rest of the lands for answers. As David and Sekuni continue on their quest for the orbs, they encounter other heroes willing to join the rebels. In Verdante, the swordswoman Vivienne is found defending herself from soldiers, who have kidnapped her sister, Marianne, and sent her away with the other woman. In Rain, the warrior Jug decides a cause as worthy as toppling a tyrant is as good a reason as any to take a break from drinking. Beyond the Verdante swamps, Kagan the monk, one of the last members of his order not driven mad by spellcraft, resolves to restore balance to the world. And at the workshop of Reuben, the artist's friend and pupil, Chiaro, unaware of events in Metalon, anxiously awaits his master's return. Yet back in the Emperor's court, Silver has put his own plans into motion. Though still unable to breach Haven, the sorcerer has eyes and ears in the rebel camp, and learns of their search for the orbs. Silver has already acquired one of the orbs himself, sending his lieutenants to track down David's party and secure the others. Fortunately, the rebels and their allies soon uncover clues as to the location of the remaining orbs. The professors of No, for example, have heard rumours of an orb located in the city of Spires, swallowed by the ocean eons ago, and suggest David seek the aid of the necromancer Thaddeus in recovering it. Other tales tell of orbs stolen by thieves, soldiers, or giants. Before long, the party come face to face with members of Silver's elite guard, such as the fanatical and animalistic Cag, or the merciless warrior Khan. But David will be forced to battle foes far deadlier than the Emperor's henchmen, and travel far further afield than even the watery depths of the ocean. Some of the ancient orbs were lost to places where neither men nor monsters will go, residing beyond even the purgatorial lands of Deadgate. And, no matter their strength and cunning, the rebels will eventually be forced to confront the most powerful of Silver's servants, his daughter Glass, who rules a realm of eternal ice and commands hordes of northern barbarians, and Fuge, against whom David has sworn retribution for his grandfather's death. And should the rebels overcome all these odds and unite the orbs, they must assault the seemingly impenetrable Isle of Metalon, a fortress occupied by both legions of Silver's personal guard and mechanical servants fueled by blood and industry, and match their elemental powers against a sorcerer whose mastery of the magical arts has remained unchallenged for nearly 1,000 years. Whether tethered to PC or console, RPG fans of the late 90s were already well acquainted with goblins and ghouls, magic balls, plucky outlaws, evil wizards, and the ever-reliable demon lords. And we can probably safely assume that Spiral House were relying more on pacing and production values to immerse players in Silver's story than they were its role-playing or originality. In Edge magazine's review, the phrases "on-bending linearity" and "brazenly linear" appear, as do references to obligingly following breadcrumbs, the game's pre-rendered route, and how the player is just a passenger, breathlessly hanging on to an ever-twisting tale, rather than stamping their own mark upon it. This preoccupation with Silver's lack of role-playing options might explain why, in an otherwise very positive review, the magazine awarded a rather modest 7 out of 10 to a title that had been a cover page exclusive only a few months earlier. Perhaps someone at Edge took marketing blurbs about Silver redefining the RPG genre a bit too seriously, hence the review's penultimate line being the complaint that Silver just wants to sit you on its knee and spin you a yarn, rather than give you the freedom to make one yourself. Game Informer's review of the Dreamcast release was not so concerned with the lack of role-playing, but concurred that the team had obviously banked on the game's cinematic qualities over any ambition in its writing, noting that Silver's storyline may use every cliché in the book, but the game's extensive use of voiceovers helps beef up what would otherwise be a stringy premise. But even if someone was naive enough to fall for the usual marketing fluff, I don't think any reviewers of the day could claim justification in asserting Silver had promised anything but the standard fantasy fare. Even press releases from Infogrames UK referred to its world being open, not its story. Similarly, in pre-release interviews, Spiral House themselves were clear about the game telling a rather traditionalist and narratively uninteractive tale of good and evil. Marketing from 1997 called it a game made, quote, in the grand tradition of the finest fantasy fiction, unquote, whilst in the RPG Vault's coverage for Silver, sitehead Johnrick pointed out that games journalists were pushing the RPG elements of Silver even harder than the game's own PR team. If someone at Infogrames was secretly promising the press that Silver would involve thought-provoking ethical quandaries or alternative paths through the narrative, then I never heard about it. Now, one might speculate this minor, arguably unprovoked backlash to its limited functionality as a role-playing game was another issue that had cropped up due to Silver's late arrival to the market. With journalists heralding earlier titles like 1997's Fallout or 1998's frequently misspelt Baldur's Gate as evidence that RPGs were entering a new era of storytelling and interactivity, not to mention already previewing soon-to-be-released games like Planescape Torment or Deus Ex, then it's understandable that Silver's straitjacket narrative might have been looked down upon. But if you look at reviews, outside the pages of Edge, this doesn't seem to have been something Silver was commonly criticised for. Whilst many reviewers pointed out Silver lacked the ability to create your own characters, this was usually contextualised in relation to pre-generated heroes being a staple of JRPGs. In most cases, it was Final Fantasy VII and other console RPGs that were used as a comparison point for Silver's story and role-playing, and in this sphere, Silver was certainly not an unusual specimen of the breed. PC Zone were critical of Silver's focus on cutscenes and preset dialogue, but conceded this was typical of the genre. In fact, on Dreamcast, several reviewers argued that Silver was, by the standards of the extremely small pool of RPG-adjacent titles released on the system, actually a stronger role-playing game than its rivals. Still, even if most reviewers conceded that Silver's writing should be judged on its merits as a linear narrative, rather than a self-insert role-playing experience, many felt it was nevertheless a little underwhelming even in this regard. As we saw in the last section, some of this was down to production values. Silver may have aped Final Fantasy VII's cinematography, but could not match its budget, whilst the game's 3D models and fixed perspective permitted more expressive in-game characterization than, say, Septerra, which relied on voice acting, animated portraits, and FMVs to impart emotion. Silver still leaned closer to adequate than outstanding in this area. I think, for example, the game's decision to forego a world map outside of fast travel, and instead ensure nearly every screen in the game was interconnected, ended up accidentally making the world of Jara feel smaller and less epic than it should. FF7 or Septerra's traversable world maps helped communicate a sense of scale to their settings, whereas in Silver, the so-called 8 or 7, it keeps changing, island realms of Jara felt more like a mini archipelago. The start of the game, where you run from Verdante to Haven, and then from Haven to No, completely threw me because I thought I was just running across a couple of small bridges, not journeying from one land to another. Similarly, whereas in FF7 oceans almost feel like oceans despite their visual abstractions, Silver just teleports you from surface to undersea without much fanfare, as if taking a dive into a flooded undercellar or something. Putting all that to one side and focusing on the story, however, it seems various reviewers thought Silver's admission it would spin a fairly conservative tale was a poor excuse for predictable and unimaginative writing. Numerous magazines poked fun at the game's assembly line fantasy narrative and archetypical one-sided characters, from its evil sorcerers to scatterbrained academics to high-handed warrior women clad in tight-fitting swimsuits. Once again, it's important to point out Spiral House never pretended otherwise. Lee Clare called the game's protagonist an all-American, white-toothed, blonde-haired hero, and in some official material the plot is described with words like simple and accessible, a rather atypical state of affairs in relation to how fantasy stories are usually marketed. In additional interviews, Clare and other members of Spiral House admitted the world of Jara was a jumble of Dungeons & Dragons, classic sword and spell media, and various pop culture influences. Though not explicitly calling the game a pastiche or anything of that level, nobody speaking to the press gave the impression Silver's influences resulted in much more than surface-level allusions to vending machine high fantasy settings. Whereas Septerra's techno-magical space opera narrative was obviously meant to be a major part of that game's appeal, and the sci-fi noir Anachronox taking place against a backdrop far removed from that of most role-playing games, Silver was more than content to stick with ancient orbs and magic swords. Spiral House were actually proud of how derivative their game was, crowing that players would be fighting plenty of skeletons, imps, flying red demons, Skaven, and the mighty Tarrasque. A couple of previews even stated that Mind Flayers would be present in Silver, though whether this was simply a mix-up with the Flayer enemies from the endgame, or Spiral House changed this for legal reasons, I'm not sure. Considering Silver's competition, you could argue this is an astoundingly low bar to set oneself even in the mid to late 90s. Compared to traditional fantasy titles like Baldur's Gate, it seems shallow and skeletal. Compared to non-standard RPG settings like those of Fallout, Final Fantasy VII, or Septerra, it's painfully cliched, and even in comparison to some action RPGs like Diablo, it probably came across as a bit too bright and uncontroversial. As to the why of this, I can imagine a few possibilities. One is the developer's general lack of experience with role-playing games. A lot of the people credited for Silver seem to have come onto the project from early 90s 16-bit era titles, primarily arcade side-scrollers or shoot-em-ups, and may not have appreciated the minimum level of writing and world-building expected of a fantasy game in the late 90s. Although I thought it a bit rude to directly put something like this to Christian Johnson, he did volunteer that despite its long development, this was a time before the well-oiled production cycles of, in his words, AAA games of the 2000s and beyond. I took that as an acknowledgement Tribe and Spiral House had difficulty meeting the standards set by better-known RPGs of the period. That brings us to the second factor, which is Silver's chaotic production cycle. I get the impression the project was rebooted at least a couple of times, and we'll come back to speculative repercussions of that later. A third possibility is that this wasn't a matter of ignorance or budget or lack of effort, but a deliberate decision to keep Silver's world as streamlined as possible. Remember that Spiral House, or maybe Infogrames, seem to have been very concerned about turning off casual players by making Silver's gameplay seem too complex or RPG-y. The message they wanted to communicate was that you wouldn't have to read any manuals or mess around with stat tables and inventories, just jump straight into the adventure. More than likely they intended Silver's story to be of the same nature. No 4-page backstory to how the gods created Jara, how the demons did XYZ, how the empire of blah 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 rose and fell, and the kingdom of Korth whatevered. Just, there's an evil sorcerer, his army stole your wife, go gather your allies and the mystic orbs and splat him. But even if that was the intent, it wasn't enough to satisfy a number of reviewers, including those already willing to cut the game some slack as a streamlined cinematic pseudo-RPG. Because role-playing and production values aside, Silver's story was roundly criticised at the time for being, in the words of Edge and Next Generation, cliched or hackneyed respectively, and despite a few voices speaking in its defence, I'm personally inclined to lean towards the critics. Intentional or not, whilst playing through Silver, the threadbare plot, paper-thin characterization, and limited world-building all contribute to the feeling that Spiral House just weren't passionate enough about the world of Jara or the people in it. Fans of generic fantasy settings have a pretty high tolerance for derivative writing, but having a forest going by the name Verdante, an ice realm of winter, a purgatory called Deadgate, a rainy port known as Rain, a haven called Haven, and a grand library of knowledge situated on the island of No, you're really pushing your luck. I'm still trying to figure out if a family of villains called Silver, Glass, and Fuge living on the island of Metalon is some kind of alchemical joke. In the game's defense, this sort of thing is at worst more cheeky than parodical. Nobody makes in-jokes or winks at the camera, and I don't class Silver as one of those pieces of fantasy media where the developers were so embarrassed by the fact they were making it that they pretend it's all just a big joke. Silver is a straightforward copy-and-paste heroic fantasy story, and a straightforward heroic fantasy story has its merits, practically and emotionally. The professors in the library don't have to explain how the imps in this setting aren't like other fantasy imps. Silver's soldiers don't need any exposition, they're just evil sorcerer henchmen. The Vikings, they're literally called Vikings in the game, don't require a backstory. And being the white-toothed hero, as Lee Clare put it, who slays dragons and demons and saves the day, can be a refreshing change if you're coming into the game from gritty or subversive fantasy, where everyone is bigoted and dumb and smelly, or heavier epic fantasy in which which you need to read 20 pages of lore to understand the cosmology of the world. At this point, it's worth glancing back at press coverage to see why merely being a passable fantasy story had an additional benefit in the context of Silver being viewed as part of the JRPG genre. As strange as it might seem to a player today, a few reviews did not just highlight the supposed fact Silver was a JRPG-inspired game, being made by a Western team, but specifically that it was being written by Westerners, citing this as a positive point. Contextually, at the time of Silver's development, a very common criticism of JRPGs was that their writing just didn't click with English-speaking audiences, due to a combination of cultural differences, rushed or bad localization, and aggressive self-censorship in the console space, particularly where Nintendo were concerned. RPGs from the East were often regarded as being childish, cliched, or completely incoherent. Though by the late 90s perceptions had shifted a bit, there remained a mental association between JRPGs and either kiddiness or cultural disorientation. In a PlayStation Pro review of Vandal Hearts, for example, the reviewer expressed disbelief at the showers of blood and gore present in a traditionally cartoony genre. It may be that this is why, around 1997, Silver was originally referred to as Gothic fantasy, and why much later on, Infogrames UK reversed their anime-oriented marketing at the last moment to put more emphasis on its darker and more violent elements, to help distance the game from cutesy console RPGs from Japan. Thus, simply existing in the JRPG-adjacent space and being a native English-written project was a small pro for Silver, especially on Dreamcast, where Western role-playing games were like unicorns. To be adequate, a traditional narrative with a beginning, middle and end, easily identifiable character roles, a safe but not too whimsical or fairy tale fantasy vibe, and dialogue written for the native market was probably assumed to be good enough by Spiral House at the time. Silver delivers a standard, moderately family-friendly tale of adventure with the usual highs and lows and stock roles, doing so earnestly but without pretensions of being anything greater or smarter than it is. In the context of Western JRPG likes, it's certainly not as serious and devoted to its story as Septerracore, but nor is it anywhere near as overt with its meta-humour as Anachronox, which has you running into random NPCs with names like Clavis Pickle or Captain Behar, or journeying to a planet satirically called Democritus. Unfortunately, Silver's modest ambitions mean it also lacks, for example, Anachronox's more poignant scenes, both as part of the main plot and in the side characters, or at least fumbles them when it tries. Which is a shame, as the game did provide the setup for an emotionally engaging story. If there was one aspect of Silver's narrative reviewers noted differed slightly from most fantasy games, and most JRPGs, it was that the protagonist starts off already married. Putting aside outliers like Phantasy Star 3, console RPG protagonists tended to be young, often very young, and/or unburdened by amorous relationships. Damsel in distress stories were fairly common in fantasy adventures, but the ladies in question would usually be a childhood friend, a potential lover, or a family member like a mother or sister. In some cases, it might be a queen or princess or spiritual figure who never actually hooks up with the hero at all. Convention would dictate that if a writer intended to include some romantic elements in Silver, either Jennifer would just be David's girlfriend, or David would end up romancing a completely different character, like one of his companions or a recurring NPC. Although not unique, it was an unusual enough conceit in an otherwise seemingly generic fantasy story that at the start of the game, when I misinterpreted the opening cutscene as taking place a long time before the events of the main plot, I thought there was going to be some twist involving David and Jennifer's marriage. I thought it would turn out they were reincarnations of Nemesis and Silver's murdered wife, or Jennifer was pregnant or had a special heritage or something, but there's nothing like that. So my assumption is that whoever dictated the protagonist's wife be kidnapped did so to create a stronger incentive for David than a regular lover would, and to tie into the idea of almost all the heroes having a personal stake in the quest. David to rescue Jennifer, Vivienne to rescue her sister, Kagan to carry on the mission of his corrupted order, and Chiaro to avenge Reuben. Then again, neither Jug nor Sakuni have an especially strong or personal motivation for fighting Silver. Jug is just a general sort of scoundrel with a heart of gold, and Sukuni, off the top of my head, never reveals why she's with the rebels. Initially, I just assumed she was the Duke's daughter, since they were the only dark-skinned characters in the rebel camp, but that's incorrect. The supplementary material says she's a warrior with a mysterious and shameful past, but it never comes up in-game, and Sukuni acts very cheerful and friendly most of the time. Still, even if the heroes don't share the same motivation, there is nevertheless the overarching plot point of Silver's men kidnapping 100 young ladies. Thematically, the concept of an entire island, maybe all the islands, the game isn't quite clear on that, losing most of their women is quite an interesting setup. Not just as a MacGuffin, it is used several times to move the plot along, but to sell David's journey emotionally. You would think all the men in the game losing their wives, all the children their sisters and mothers and so on, would mean a rather unique ambience to the various settlements you visit, but I didn't feel that during my playthrough. Part of the reason is, as we mentioned earlier, the limited number of populated locations and the limited number of friendly NPCs to interact with. In the Verdante docks, for example, there are a bunch of men strolling around right after the kidnappings who have no comment on what just occurred, and even a couple of kids randomly throwing pebbles into the water as if nothing of relevance had happened. The same is true of the other areas in Jara, to the point there were long stretches of the game where I didn't even notice the lack of female NPCs, because nobody seemed to care. But the writing in the main quest also bears some blame, as even the protagonist and supporting cast lose sight of their incentives in the context of the main villain. David occasionally mentions missing his wife in the opening sections of the game, like in a nice moment with Sukuni just after embarking on the main quest, but seems to sort of forget about her for the rest of the narrative, a very common trait among the party. As noted, Vivienne and Chiaru both have strong personal motivations for going on the quest, the former to rescue her sister from the palace, and the latter to take revenge for the death of Reuben. But as with the kidnap of Jennifer, this is all mostly ignored from then onwards, and not referenced again until the final battle, if ever. And aside from a couple of lines from Sukuni and Vivienne, the other heroes don't really say much related specifically to David, Jennifer, or the grandfather. This does, however, intersect with the issue we mentioned earlier, which is that it's unclear how Silver's plot developed during the 4 or 5 years it was in production for. Whilst from around mid-1998 there's a fair bit of information on Silver's story, much of which seems to align with the final game, I don't really know many details about the state it was in before that. We know, for example, that the basic plot point of an evil sorcerer called Silver existed from at least 1995, but in all of the preview material I've seen dated to between then and late 97, I don't recall any mention of David, Jennifer, Fuge, Glass, or any of the other main characters. David's early character model is there, but his name isn't mentioned at all. Instead, according to the 95 or 97 texts I've read, Silver is simply to be challenged by 5 heroes, motivated by a combination of, quote, vendettas, spiritual direction, revenge, or just plain ego, unquote. Press releases stated the game would include a choice of 5 heroes to play, each with unique powers and storyline, and that each hero provides up to 60 hours of intriguing gameplay. This gives the impression, as late as 1997, Silver's plot did not revolve around David and his 5 companions, but an ensemble cast of 5 freely selectable heroes. That's why I thought it interesting that in the final game there are an enormous number of borderline redundant voice files for each character that might be the party leader at the point a cutscene triggered or they spoke to an NPC. Now, the reason this is necessary in the final game is that once you pick up a new party member, you can switch to controlling them at almost any point throughout, so they need to have the appropriate lines for various NPC dialogues and such. The only exception is most of the content related to David and Jennifer, in which David will randomly interject in the middle of whatever party member you were controlling was saying, or the game will just, on very rare occasions, force you to switch to David anyway. The question is why why the final game is set up in a way that seems to be an enormous waste of the VA budget. Instead of having the majority of audio lines be nigh duplicates of each other, wouldn't it have made more sense for David, who cannot be removed from the group anyway, to always initiate conversations, and use the voice budget for the rest of the party on making David's companions say something unique or banter with each other? That's the norm in most party-based RPGs, but for some reason is restricted to a handful of lines in Silver.
Are you sure you don't want to come and sit on your random sneak?
Quite sure.
Shoot yourself? You're lost.
It makes me think back to pre-release marketing revolving around choosing from 5 heroes, rather than mentioning David. I wonder if the story orbiting around David, Jennifer, and the grandfather is actually something that was only added by Samantha Evans around 1998, a mere year from release, and that prior to that, the player could pick and choose their party composition without restrictions. It might explain the oddly inefficient use of VA, or why neither the introduction nor exit FMVs, the fully pre-rendered ones that is, ever show any of the party members. Maybe at the time they were made there was no single protagonist. On the other hand, I could just be full of it. In the Silver demo files, the timestamps on the grandfather's model are dated to mid-1997, which doesn't really support my 5 protagonists theory. So maybe they just really wanted to let you switch party members for dialogue for no particular benefit? Still, it would provide an additional excuse for the lack of depth consistent throughout Silver's narrative and world building. In terms of hard evidence of cut content, I didn't stumble into anything too exciting. There are a few areas pictured in previews of the game that are either different angles of the original pre-rendered scenes, or were taken out in their entirety. Mostly from Atro, but also some other random screens, 1 or 2 of which are definitely linked to existing locations. Some of the screenshots and trailers indicate certain boss fights might have used slightly different mechanics, but these could have just been set up for marketing. In addition, the old 1997 trailer does include a few brief seconds of some weird little thing strolling alongside Kagan. I don't think it's an imp or any other model that exists in the 99 release, but it's too fuzzy to be sure. And I also had a very cursory glance through the voice files in the retail demo and THQ Nordic versions.
Hand over your money, gringos, or we're gonna kick your ass.
What did he just say?
They're going to kick our ass. We should go. Not all bandits are as incompetent as the 3 amigos.
There seem to be a handful of cut encounters involving subquests in the town of Rain, but again I didn't find anything earth-shattering, mostly slight variations on background renders and older versions of cutscenes. Furthermore, I'm assuming stuff that sticks out oddly in the campaign, like the random priest in Silver's Palace, or Fuge's demon dog, are orphaned assets from some earlier plotline. Still, in more general or speculative terms relating to the writing, I noticed that one of the themes that often cropped up in Silver's promo material were references to purity and impurity, and specifically of balancing light and dark and that sort of thing. In the final in-game story, this is practically irrelevant until the very end of Silver. I saw comments from people who were very confused as to why a specific character suddenly appears, and the events that follow on from that, which isn't surprising as Spiral House seemed to have forgotten about this too. I wonder if it's something else that was supposed to be a greater focus of the story, but due to development being rushed, was sidelined and ended up as an errant splinter left embedded in the final script. There are definitely a lot of other elements of the narrative that are left frustratingly vague or unelaborated. There are a couple of supposedly very powerful wizards, one of whom is apparently as old or older than Silver, who are visited as part of the main plot, get a single dialogue and are then dropped. Silver's lieutenants are another oddity. There's some kind of animalistic one, Jag or Cag, who gets a fair bit of dialogue but doesn't really do anything, one who says nothing and is randomly electrocuted, and the last, Khan, actually being featured a few times in the game's promo material, I assume made by Infogrames and not by Spiral House, as if he were someone of importance, but actually being a random mook with slightly higher HP when you finally meet him. Plus the whole backstory with Silver Silver's wife and nemesis is an interesting and unusual opening for an otherwise traditional fantasy journey, but again is never given any further explanation. I'm curious, for example, as to whether the fact Glass is referred to in some official material as Silver's stepdaughter, but in later promos as simply his daughter, is a typo or a remnant of a subplot. Under normal circumstances, leaving a lot of loose ends is typical of the genre, giving the impression of a greater world out there, and in Silver's case, probably to set up a sequel. The issue here is that there's so little to the world and personalities present in the story as is, that this doesn't feel like teasing the broader setting. It feels like an unfinished framework constructed around the central narrative. In the context of other generic fantasy games of its day, I'd probably position Silver as the opposite of 2000's Soulbringer, in both a good and bad sense. In Gremlin's game, I felt like the writers had put a huge amount of thought into both the main plot and the lore, but that it had gotten butchered over the course of development and ended up very disorganized and piecemeal in the final game. In Silver, however, I felt like the developers had barely put any thought into the writing beyond the basics needed to craft a cogent narrative, with very little fluff existing outside that. If there's a section of the game that embodies this, it's the Grand Library of No in the opening sections. Dozens of screens of bookcases, stretching from one end of the complex to the other and stacked for multiple floors, and not one of them is interactable. You just run from one screen to the next, massacring imps as you go, without understanding what this place is or how it fits with the setting as a whole. Is the library the entire island? How old is it? What is the purpose of the Grand Library in the context of Silver's empire? These questions, and any others about the basic functionality of Silver's setting, could easily have been answered without pumping money into the production budget for extra NPCs or cutscenes. There could have been a handful of interactable texts lying around the library that filled the giant gaps in plausibility inherent to the 8 Isles. But I'm guessing the idea of anything that might turn off casual players, like having to read a book, was in opposition to the game's philosophy of accessibility. What this means is that Jara does not feel like a world ruled by an insanely evil and comically petty tyrant who has dominated most of the islands for several lifetimes. In fact, it doesn't quite feel like a coherent world, with real states and history and ideologies at all. There's almost no connection between the different island realms in Silver's backstory and lore, and when characters mention historical places or events, they too seem to be completely independent of one another, like everything that ever happened in Jara occurred in a vacuum. And, in the end, that was the fate of Silver's narrative. Despite obvious sequel hooks in the finale, and Spiral House embarking on pre-production of a second game, the story of David and his 5 companions overthrowing Silver and liberating the world from evil is the one and only tale to come out of the 8 realms of the Wheel. And with that story having reached its conclusion, I suppose it's also time for us to move on to the closing section of the video.
This province is beautiful and so tranquil. Tell me, does anyone live in that mill?
An eminent artist named Reuben lived there for decades. I used to come here as a child to watch him paint.
I know of Reuben and his work, but you said lived.
Yes, he disappeared. No one's either seen or spoken to him since the last full cycle of tides.
Perhaps he's gone elsewhere to paint.
Perhaps.
The mid-90s are often seen as a low point in the history of computer role-playing games, a time when much of the old guard seemed in decline, when gameplay and design seemed stagnant, and when publishers would quite flatly tell those looking for their patronage that the genre was effectively a dead one. But for many developers, especially younger and less well-established studios, or veterans whose experience lay outside RPGs, it could also be an exciting period, an opportunity to fill a gap left in a still potentially profitable market. Those studios looked at the state of the genre and tried to adapt to shifts in technological and creative trends, whether it was the rise of 3D acceleration, the growing popularity of Japanese console RPGs, or the widespread appeal of the real-time strategy game. But a good number of those titles that entered production in this period did not meet a happy fate, sinking so deep into development hell that some never re-emerged, and others were spat out onto the market so late that they seemed years out of date. Looking at the history of Silver's development, it could easily have been one of the former. The isometric 3D Zelda teased in 1995 did not survive production, nor did the strategic adventure previewed 2 years later. But in the end, Spiral House were able to complete a solid fantasy brawler with some entry-level RPG mechanics for a younger or more adrenaline-oriented audience, which still manages to hold up pretty well over 25 years after its release. Though its sword-fighting system clashes with its encounter design, its tactical party combat is a frantic mess, and its story lacked the production budget or polish to impart a truly epic fantasy narrative, Silver is still worth playing if you're in the mood for a light-hearted and fairly on-demanding action-adventure that takes its heroes through all the classic fantasy locales. Silver's legacy as a Western JRPG, however, is also an example of how little control developers had over the currents of the wider market, or of public perception of their products. First blindsided by Final Fantasy VII, then hijacked by Infogram's marketing team, who were presumably making the best of a difficult situation and trying to ride FF7's coattails, Silver would be heralded by many journalists as the forerunner to a wave of Japanese-style titles taking over both the console and computer RPG market. Silver was never actually intended to be Europe's answer to Japan, nor did the widely prophesized squarification of Western role-playing games ever materialize to the extent critics claimed it would. But I suppose from a historical perspective, Silver did represent a general trend of RPGs chasing a wider audience with more accessible, story-driven, and action-oriented gameplay. In the aftermath of its launch, Spiral House were somewhat unsure where to take the game's sequel, and I wonder what direction it would have gone had it managed to become, as Dreamcast fans had hoped, a Final Fantasy killer. Based on statements from Lee Clare and Bobby Earl, a more single-character-focused experience seems to have been one approach favoured at the time, perhaps bringing the franchise closer to the model Zelda titles adopted from 1998 onwards, or exploring more immersive role-playing and simulation elements like Lionhead's Fable series, or maybe repurposing party members to be more like followers as BioWare's Jade Empire or Mass Effect did. On the other hand, Spiral House might have doubled down on its multi-character gameplay, and surrendered to the press's insistence it was an Occidental JRPG spin-off, and produced something similar to Climax Studios' Sudeki. Unfortunately, though Spiral House endured, the Silver franchise did not, so we'll have to relegate all that to the realm of speculation. A tremendous thank you to Christian Johnson of Steamroller Animation for his help in researching this video, as well as John R. Hackleton for sharing some of his art and memories of working at Tribe. Whilst previews and retrospective interviews, such as those found in Chris Wilkins and Roger Keane's The History of Ocean, were a great source of anecdotes about Silver, without John and Christian's help I would have had no idea how to tie it together in a comprehensible timeline, so you can thank them for the behind-the-scenes section being at least vaguely coherent, and only 80% wrong. And as always, the rest of my research was only possible thanks to sites like archive.org, Moby Games, Sega Retro, On Scene 64, Games That Weren't, and others. But talking about old games is one thing, getting to experience them is another, so thank you also to Good Old Games and its community for ensuring Silver remains available to play today. And I'm afraid that's another retrospective done and dusted. Silver and Soulbringer are titles I'd been meaning to cover on the channel pretty much since I started, not because they're British or anything, but because I vaguely remember reading about them at the time, so it's nice to have ticked both of those off now. And it was also interesting learning a bit about Ocean Software's final years, as most retrospectives focus on the 80s or very early 90s, and gloss over their fate after the French buyout. Anyway, thanks a lot for watching. I always appreciate your comments, especially those complaining about my pronunciation. I do read read them all, just be aware YouTube isn't great at notifying me of them. Now, a small update to my subscribers: since it takes so long to make these videos, and I know most of you are more interested in me covering RPGs, I will be sticking with the subject of titles involving swords and spells for at least another couple of retrospectives. Don't expect me to cover any strategy or point-and-click adventure games until late next year at the earliest. I do intend to keep covering them, I just think, considering the wait, I should probably get 3 or 4 RPG-adjacent videos for every outlier. In any case, since I'll be sticking with role-playing games for a bit, what better subject for our next video than 1988's Pool of Radiance, developed by the venerable Strategic Simulations Incorporated. I never actually intended to cover this title on the channel, and I'm old, but I'm not that old. I mean, God, can you imagine? But I do want to do a video on the notorious remake at some point, so I feel it makes sense to cover the original first. There's quite a lot of information for me to sift through for this topic, so as always, expect to wait a few months. In the meantime, have a good sleep and take care. See you next time.